You're watching America's Day. The race is brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks for joining us on today's edition. I'm your host, Acacia Coleman. Pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association handicapper Anthony Stabile. Little A train on this beautiful, very bright and sunny Thursday.
We have a guest host, co-host as well. The hand comb.
Oh wow!
Has made its way.
And I have
today.
a Reese's peanut butter cup as well.
Yeah, we have
so
the hand
we
comb.
have a lot. We have a
so
lot.
So the hand
of,
comb is here. We're going to give it to you again.
We have a lot of things going on the
right
desk
here.
today.
This is what keeps the coif together on a non-gel day. We went non-gel because it's literally 411 degrees in the Equestrious right now.
Yes, no joking. And I am rocking a beautiful scarf designed by my mother-in-law, Valerie, for the Breeders' Cup. It's called Stay in Your Lane. So stay in your lane.
I have quite a few people I'd like to tell to stay in their lane. Acacia, thank you.
The opener from Churchill Downs coming up momentarily. 6 to 5 right now on your favorite St. Arrows girls. We welcome in Paul LaDuca. Paul, we know you're staying in your lane.
Oh, gosh, Acacia, I wish I stayed in my lane a lot longer in my lifetime, but I'm staying in my lane as we speak. A beautiful day here as well in Louisville, Kentucky, in the mid-60s. We are on the turf course. Race number 9 will be on the turf course. Now, I spoke to a couple of the people here, Darren Rogers and Kevin Kirstein. They had a couple works on the turf course. Earlier in the week, you could have saw some of, some dry spots on the turf course or yellow spots. They've kind of subsided a little bit, and those were dying Bermuda from what I've heard. And they feel like the turf course is going to be okay. They think it might play towards speed. We'll see how it does. And then we're only going to have a 1-race sample, but that will be race number 9. Start race number 1, which will start off your early pick 5. I'll tell you what, this was a difficult race card. Now, it might be a little light early, but this whole race card, I think you can find some prices. In race number 1, Domachia Lucia, if I'm saying that correctly, is the one. This horse comes off a nice race last time out, claimed out of that barn of Rudy Broussais to Juan Cano. Now, Juan's been okay off the claim, about 17%. This horse comes off a lifetime top and did show some speed. But, St. Arrow scored the 4 in here for Ron Moquette and Louis Size. It looks like Louis Size has been kind of on a mission and sending horses, knowing that this kind of, class tends towards speed. And, at even money, really tough to take, or 2 to 1 on either of them, to be honest with you. The 6 out of the outside Believing is very interesting. Rarely do trainers go back in and reclaim fillies, but this is a reclaim for Jordan Blair and Julian Leperoux. It's really hard for me to trust the 1 here, although I thought she would be actually the horse to beat in here. So I'll go slightly to the 6 here over the 4.
4 to 1, a nice price. I like it, Paul. Thank you. Anthony, final thoughts on the opener?
Yeah, I thought St. Arrow's girl would just go to the top here under Louis Saez. Like Paul said, Louis been trying to ride that racetrack more than he's been trying to ride his horses. That works a lot, more often at Churchill than anywhere else. We'll see if he can put the favored filly on the front end.
He had a 3-win day yesterday, did Louis Saez. He's aboard your favorite in the opener. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate and they're off. Domicia Lucilla from the inside post bounces out on top. St. Arrow's girl comes on to grab second, and Believing is away third on the outside. Down the backstretch run, Domicia Lucilla is out there setting the pace. St. Arrow's girl hustled along to chase from second. 2 lengths back to Believing, who's now third. Monacacy fourth and toward the rail. Sweet Beauty smack dab between them, fifth, only 4 lengths off. 8 lengths from there, back to my Tommy Lee. Outsprinted so far. Heading for the far turn, Domicia Lucilla rounds the turn in front by half a length. Hounded by St. Arrow's girl. 3 furlongs to go. These two come together now. They round the far turn together, and St. Arrow's girl grabs the lead. St. Arrow's girl comes on to take over, heading for the quarter pole. Domicia Lucilla is back into second. Sweet Beauty comes on to be third. Monacacy's down inside fourth. They're off the turn. St. Arrow's girl in front by 4, heading for the 8th pole. Sweet Beauty runs up into second. Domicia Lucilla fights on with Monacacy toward the rail. tail, but St. Darrow's Girl has kicked away by 6 and is gone. St. Darrow's Girl rambles home to win it by 5. Sweet Beauty was second. Monocacy was third. Domitia Lucilla finished fourth.
St. Arrow's Girl on the cutback and distance gets the win for Ron Moquette. Luis Saez with another one, as he is obviously made the right choice in going to Kentucky. He just keeps winning, Anthony.
He really wins anywhere he goes.
He does.
Right, Acacia? But, yeah, he seems to have their number down there as just far as aggression goes. Him and Tyler Gaffalione won an awful lot of races. Ricardo Santana Jr. too, who tried to steal him on the front end with Domitia Lucila. But Louis just took the favor, and she was just the best. She was the quasi drop down, having already run for a tag, but she hadn't run for a tag since May, and she just kind of sat the trip off of the early speed from the rail, and Louis was able to put this thing away right around the 3/16 pole.
Gray filly by Cupid gets the win, second win of her career. Luis Saez in the saddle, as he will look to win just his second Breeders' Cup victory this weekend, which is kind of amazing to think about it for a jockey that wins so many races all year round. Essential Quality in the juvenile, his only Breeders' Cup winner.
That's crazy.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That's really see, it's such a tricky event. And we're going to have this conversation later on in the program. We're going to talk about some horses, some really good, one who's easily great, the other one who borderlines on it, who never won Breeders' Cup races with multiple chances. And you could say the same thing, Bobby Frankel, the late great Bobby Frankel. It took him till 2001. And it's never the horses you think it's going to be. Squirtle Squirt is how he broke his Breeders' Cup maiden in the sprint.
I'm sure that's what he always imagined.
I'm sure that's what he thought. With all of the Judmont horses and all of the Edmund Gann horses he trained all those years, that Squirtle Squirt was going to be his first Breeders' Cup winner. So, yeah, it's a tricky event, and I guess I'm not as surprised as I should be. The guy's a great rider, though. So.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Continuing to win all, really, as you said, everywhere he goes, all of the big races. Well, Liz, we take a look at what's coming up a little bit later in the 9th race. Luis Saez will be aboard L of the Ball, as this race is still on the turf. Turf race off the turf yesterday will be run on the grass today, as Paul was talking about with some of the questions with the turf course. First time the turf is back in use since we did see it. Arlington Million was the last time we saw the turf used at Churchill Downs, and we'll see how it plays, as it's been given plenty of time, and we have a turf race on the card today.
That's really the story, right? The race isn't even the story, unfortunately. The fact that they're actually able to get onto the grass is the story. First time since Arlington Million Day, I guess, when they had that one-day meet back in mid-August. So, yeah, I mean, good to see the turf racing. People love turf racing. Me, I like it. I like racing, period. But, you get the bigger fields with the turf racing. So, and as you can see, I believe the morning line favorite was 7-2 in that turf heat. So, some more competitive racing as well.
We look forward to that 9th race coming up a little bit later on. Here's what else is on tap on today's program. Today's races, as always, are presented by Claiborne Farm. As we have just kicked things off, we have one race down at Churchill Downs. There are still races 2 through 10 to come, fast and good. We also have races from Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll be showing races 1 through 7 there as well. There's no better time to join Naira Bets than right now. You can join today and get a $25 free bet. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus with promo code CUP25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match just in time for the November 4th and 5th Breeders' Cup World Championships. Into the winner's circle in the opener at Churchill Downs went the number 4 St. Arrow's Girl, cutting back, dropping down. Luis Saez, all the right changes. There's Ron Moquette in the winner's circle. When Ron Moquette won the Breeders' Cup Sprint a couple years ago with Whitmore, that had to be one of the biggest fan favorite wins in the Breeders' Cup history.
Yeah, he was certainly on that short list that we were teasing earlier, right? And he finally got the job done a couple of years ago. Great. Ron is a good friend and a partner in crime during the Breakfast at Saratoga program during the spa meet. I get to spend a lot of time with him up there. I got to know him pretty well the last couple of years. Yeah, St. Eros Girl Ready. Got a good name, too, by the way, by Cupid. The little, there was a little effort put into this name. We all know how much of a stickler I am when it comes to names, Acacia.
Yeah. Anthony is against lazy names.
Big time.
Trainer Wesley Ward, meanwhile, he has a horse that's looking to win his 3rd Breeders' Cup race, and he would be only the 3rd horse in history to do so. Golden Pal, he's back again, and he's trying to join the likes of Goldie Kova and Beholder as he looks for his 3rd Breeders' Cup victory this weekend.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. As we teased before the break, trainer Wesley Ward coming back to the Breeders' Cup with some fast horses, which is no surprise, and one very fast horse in particular. Taking a look at his runners for this year's Breeders' Cup, he will be running 3 in the turf sprint, including the defending champion Anthony Golden Pal, who's 2-1 on the morning line. And Golden Pal was just sensational in last year's Breeders' Cup turf sprint. Of course, he won the juvenile turf sprint as a 2-year-old prior to that. So this weekend, looking to be just the 3rd horse in history to get 3 Breeders' Cup wins to his name.
And he's going to join the ranks if he wins of 2 really, really nice fillies mares in Beholder, who did not do it in 3 consecutive years, but Goldakova did. Goldakova won 3 consecutive miles, and he's 2-1 on the morning line. Boy, I'll tell you what, you want to talk about a home court advantage for Golden Pal. He absolutely loves it in the bluegrass, namely down in Lexington, and a perfect 4 for 4. He's won a Breeders' Cup race over this turf course already back in 2020 during the COVID season. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be awfully tough. There's some speed signed on in there. And you know what else, Acacia? There's a pretty strong European contingent this year. That's something we're not accustomed to seeing, really, in that turf sprint. We'll see. I mean, the Euros usually don't equate to speed, but we'll see just how much pressure he faces on the front end. But he's Hickory. And boy, when you take a look at that list of horses that Wesley's running, they're all live.
Yep.
A couple of them along on prices on the board, but they're all live.
Truly, yes, as we will see Golden Pal go out from post position number 8 with his regular rider, Irad Ortiz Jr., 2-1 on the morning line as he will try to defend his title. I think that there were some questions with him after he kind of nearly got caught in the Troy, and then he came back with that huge effort in the Woodford, making that 4 for 4 at Keeneland, which, as you said, a track that he loves. Not to mention, when he won the Troy, Thin White Duke came back to win again, a horse that's just been in very good form. I think that that was a better than might have appeared race that he was facing up in Saratoga.
It could have been, but I don't think you could take anything away from the fact that, you know, you look at the PPs and he's just a better horse at Keeneland. And if this race were being run somewhere else, I'm sure there'd be a few more people taking a swing against him. But it's not being run anywhere else. It's being run at Keeneland. So I think it's a big, big home field advantage for him.
We'll look to see if Golden Pal can make history this weekend for trainer Wesley Ward. But as Anthony mentioned, he has a lot of strong chances, including an intriguing runner in Kamari, who she is coming off of a win in the Gallup Bloom, and she will be going to the Breeders' Cup Sprint, not the Filly and Mare Sprint. She'll be taking on the boys. Of course, as we know, in the Breeders' Cup Sprint for the boys, it's 6 furlongs versus 7/8 for the Fillies and Mares. And one thing we know about Wesley, Anthony, he is not afraid to have the fillies take on the boys.
I'm going to tell you another thing about Wesley you might not have known. Wesley's superstitious. I came back. I had a run out of the racetrack the day of the Gallup Bloom. I came back in, and Wesley was changing outfits in the parking lot here at the Big A. And when I asked him about it, he said, I ran one earlier, did not do any good. It was time for a wardrobe change. So Wesley actually is a little superstitious.
He's a true racetracker.
He's a true racetracker. When I spoke to Wesley after the race, we interviewed him for Naira Bets.
Why do you all really think the hand comb is on the desk here?
No question about it. You know me better than most people do, Acacia. Talk to Wesley about it. He is convinced that she is just exponentially better at 3/4 of a mile than 7/8. It helps the fact that he is as sporting a trainer as we have in the game. He'll go to Ascot. He'll run the fillies against the boys more so than any trainer I can ever remember. And I would just imagine that he is stuck on the fact that 3/4 of a mile is her distance.
She's 2 for 2 at the 6 furlongs, and she'll try to pick up another win coming off of back-to-back victories sprinting here in New York. And Wesley Ward looking for the old Breeders' Crown, Breeders' Cup double. Not something many can say, as we saw those recognizable WW blinkers using that early speed to win this past weekend in the 3-year-old Colt Trot Final as an owner, King of the North.
Yeah, you see the driver almost come out of the bike when he was popping the plugs on King of the North. This was, I don't want to say it was a surprising performance, Acacia, but you know, you and I were covering these races over the weekend for the Breeders' Crown, and he did not win like a 9-2 shot. He won more like a 3-5 shot. This thing was over with at the 3/8 pole, really, and you know, a heads-up drive. And we talked to Wesley before the race, and he spoke about how he gets to just kind of sit back and relax when it comes to King of the North. Not the case this weekend down in Lexington.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, though, to have the opportunity. We had Wesley Ward with us on Zoom. Again, those WW blinkers, as we saw King of the North, who pulled an upset in the Elim prior to that, and then came back a little bit of a shorter price, but still not the favorite in a wide open race, and it was pretty exciting to see him get that win. We'll see if Wesley Ward can have the Breeders' Crown, Breeders' Cup double moving on to this weekend. As we get back to today, Churchill Downs, we continue on with the live racing beneath the Twin Spires as we take a look at the field for race number 2 coming up here. 4-5 right now on the 6 Hometown Hero to the outside, as the number 2 American Pure is first off the claim for young and up-and-coming trainer Lindsey Schultz. She certainly put in the work and is now making a name for herself. We'll learn a little bit more about her story after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. Taking a look at the field for race 2 at Churchill Downs, it's a 6-furlong sprint, starter allowance for $20,000. Here is the field. Hometown Hero, short price on the outside, but an intriguing horse in this field is American Pure, who's first off the claim for Lindsey Schultz, a graduate of the Flying Start program, one who worked for trainers like Tom Proctor and Shug McGahee. Deciding to go out on her own takes a lot of work, a lot of preparation, and it's been paying off as young trainer Lindsey Schultz continues to make a name for herself.
I always wanted to train myself, especially since I've worked longer at the track and been an assistant, and I know how hard I work and how hard trainers work, and that never scared me off, and it was always something that I thrived on. And I always wanted to also own my own business. You know, both of those things made it something that was appealing to me and something that I wanted to do.
Lindsey Schultz's foundation to becoming a trainer runs deep. She grew up riding hunters and jumpers in Connecticut and got her first job mucking stalls before becoming a teen.
Honestly, I didn't really watch much racing until I went to college. It took me a little while to get into it, but once I did, I didn't stop.
She chose the University of Louisville not because it's located in the heart of racing, but to ride on its equestrian team, and most importantly for the school's equine studies at the College of Business.
So that was kind of one of the things that drew me to Louisville, because a lot of the other equine programs don't have a business program to back them up. I try to be logical, and it made sense to learn the business side of it.
After graduating from Louisville, Schultz learned the game globally through a 2-year internship in Darley's Flying Start Management Training Program. The past decade, she worked as a longtime assistant to Tom Proctor, managed Glen Hill Farm in Florida before going to work for Shug McGahee. Then in November of 2021, Schultz finally felt it was time to go out on her own.
It was really important to me to really understand every part of the business, especially since I didn't grow up in it. I don't have parents in it. I wasn't born on a horse.
Schultz's euphoric moment happened in just her 7th career start. The appropriately named Capture the Glory took charge in the stretch.
Capture the Glory is still strong, and this is going to give trainer Lindsey Schultz her first career victory. Capture the Glory indeed. Congratulations go to trainer Lindsey Schultz for her first training victory.
There's definitely horses that we can build on, and it's exciting to kind of get started and get the ball rolling.
Trainer Lindsey Schultz sending out American Pure, the #2 here, first off the claim. And it's not easy to start off on your own, Anthony, and she has continued to prove why she should have the horses that she does in her care. As we will meet the rest of the field, starting things off with the #1 Funky Music.
Yeah, 2 races on the main track. resulting in a third-place finish and an off-the-board finish when last 2 starts back. See if this horse is more of a turf horse, maybe.
Here's Lindsey Schultz's runner, American Pure.
First off the claim from Robertino Diodoro. That's not an easy task. This horse is 0 for 2 at Churchill so far, 1 for 4 on the dirt.
Here's the 3, Arthurian.
Yeah, he got the job done with a big buyer fig up in August at Saratoga, but 2 subsequent starts maybe lead you to believe that fig's maybe a little bit elevated.
Speedboat had a win last time out.
And he's going to try to live up to his name with John Court. He went wire to wire at Beltara last time out. 0 for 3 beneath the Twin Spires. See if return to the circuit maybe is a little too much.
90s Countries, first off the claim.
Gerardo Corrales will have his hands full dealing with the number 4 Speedboat on the front end, but this horse won from just off the pace at Keeneland last time out.
And your favorite hometown hero, Back to the Dirt.
Yeah, first time on the dirt since back-to-back scores for Robertino Diodoro. He was claimed out of his last dirt win by Jonathan Wong, who ran him 3 times unsuccessfully on the grass in Southern California.
That's the field for the second at Churchill Downs. As we head back, check in with Paul.
Thanks, Acacia. And start a little starter allowance here. It's a little kind of a tricky race because when you look at hometown hero for Jonathan Wong, tough, very, very easy to spot Jonathan Wong. He always has his horses with that kind of braid underneath as well, so you can spot his horses. Think about hometown hero. When you think of California horses, you think of speed. This horse is going to probably be, I would think, dead last to last in this short field of 6, and is going to have to circle. If you look at the mile races at Santa Anita and Del Mar on the turf, they're pretty good. But, you know, I wonder if that has taken the speed out of him. But now you go back and look at his previous form, and he ran well here under Robertino Diodoro's care and is 2 for 4 here. And I can understand why he is 4 to 5. I'm just worried that maybe those turf races have taken some of that speed out of him. But Jonathan Wong has sent a couple runners here to Kentucky, and he had a couple wins at Keeneland. And now he has one here at Churchill Downs trying to get the score. You know, I do like the Lindsey Schultz runner in here, American Pure. I thought this horse has run back-to-back bang-up races in paired-up numbers, and both of them around, you know, 1 turn. If you look at the body of this horse's races, you know, he only ran one race around 1 turn. It was his career debut, and then he started going around 2 turns. As soon as they've got him around 1 turn, he's got a 2nd and 2/3. So I think he's a major player in here, especially with the 1 and 4. But I do think the 3 looked the best on the racetrack, Arthurian. I think he may get back to his best, that race at Saratoga. And he does show that race when off that long layoff, he was able to pass horses. And I think that might be key in here. So I'll go with the 3 a tiny bit on top of the 2. I'm a tiny bit against the favorite here in Jonathan Wong because maybe he's going to have a little bit too much to do and be too far back.
All right, Paul, thank you. We'll see how this race does shake out as far as the pace is concerned. As the number 6 hometown hero, as Paul mentioned, I mean, look, he doesn't have any early speed, but his 2 wins did both come at Churchill Downs and sprinting on the dirt, which is what he's going back to doing today.
And he wasn't too far from it in those 2 races, Acacia. So I do wonder if he just kind of dulled out when he left the Diodoro barn. His buyer speed figures higher on the turf. All 3 of his figs higher than anything he'd ever run prior in his career. So maybe you can say,
also
well,
running against a tough company.
Yeah, he was. I don't disagree with that. He's odds on. And I just, on the cutback off of his last 3 races, I know they were on a different surface, but he lost some of his positional speed that he had in his 2 wins at Churchill on the main track. He is a tough pill to swallow at that price.
You know what I think is interesting, too, is that Jonathan Wong, who has such good numbers off the claim, clearly claimed this horse to run him on the turf. It immediately put him on the grass. It seemed like there was intent there. Obviously, a failed experiment. He's not a turf horse. He ran okay in that Del Mar race back in August, finishing 4th, and just hasn't been able to take a step forward. So he now goes back to the dirt, back to kind of where he was claiming from. I just think it's interesting. I know that he obviously could win in here. At 4 to 5, I just think he's a little bit of a tough horse to trust.
I don't want him at that price. he can absolutely, positively win this race. In his 2 races before he left for California, and quite honestly, his last 5 races, if you look at his last 5 races and his first 8 races, they're light years better as his last 5 races. I don't know what you make of that. If it's the surface, if it's the trainers, whatever it is, I can't take that price. That's an impossible price to take on this horse. Can he win? He can absolutely win. But that is a terrible price to take on this horse.
4 to 5 on Hometown Hero. Where do you go if not to the favorite?
That's a good question. I wish I had a great answer for you, but I really don't have a great answer for you. If I'm playing the board, the number 5, 90s Country, son of Connect, he got the job done at Keeneland in a 2-life claimant. I don't love betting horses that solely win the condition claimant races, but that's what you pretty much have here, whether it's against straight 3-year-olds. Now, he beat older horses in that race, and he was kind of another horse finding his way a little bit. He's first off the claim for a barn who I'm not familiar with in Richard Estvenko, but Gerardo Corrales can have this horse in earshot of the Speed, who I think will be Speedboat and Funky Music, the 4 and 1 respectively. And he's a square enough price at 7 to 1. He's double his morning line of 3 to 1. So we'll see if we can get him home at a little bit of a price here. But I don't love anybody in here. My bet would be against. My strongest opinion here is against Hometown Hero at that price.
Paul brought up some points for the 3. Arthurian made a nice impression on the racetrack. We'll see if he can run back to that win. It's Saratoga by far his best figure, but that one does kind of stick out like a sore thumb.
And we're familiar with the horses he beat that day. They would be gigantic prices in this race. So not really something I was interested in. And American Pure, Lindsey Schultz's horse, claiming off. This horse has been in Brad Cox, Mike Maker, and Robertino Diodoro's barn. No offense to Lindsey, but that is as tough a row to hoe as you are going to find in Kentucky racing.
A bold move for sure. Wishing her the best of luck. Race 2 coming up at Churchill Downs. Your favorite to the outside. Can he deliver? Hometown Hero at 4 to 5. Travis Stone standing by with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Speedboat bounces out on top. And down inside here comes Funky Music. And Funky Music is on through looking for the lead. And he grabs it. So Funky Music in front. Speedboat is right there. Second. 90s Country comes away third. Arthurian is fourth. American Pure to tap on the brakes down inside fifth. And now it's 5 back to Hometown Hero, who's 10 lengths off the lead already. They're onto the fire turn after a quarter in 22 seconds flat. Funky Music shows the way. Speedboat is prompting second. 90s Country 3 wide while third. Arthurian is down inside, covered up in fourth. American Pure has been moved to the outside and is quickly passing horses fifth while wide. Hometown Heroes catching up now. Just 5 lengths behind with a quarter mile to go. 90s Country's off the turn in front by 2. Here comes American Pure second. Coming after this one now. American Pure comes after the lead and grabs it. 90s Country back into second. Hometown Heroes trying to get into third. It's still fourth. Arthurian's down toward the rail, but first is American Pure, who's poured it on late. American Pure streaks under the wire. 3 lengths the winner. 90s Country second. Arthurian was third, and Hometown Hero checks in fourth.
Lindsey Schultz continuing to get her name into the winner's circle in Kentucky. American Pure gets the win first off the claim. Beaten a nose last time out, and she had this horse ready to roll in the right spot today.
This is impressive.
Yeah.
Off that trio of trainers that I mentioned, this horse had been in since July 15th. That's a nice training job. Got a nice setup in here today as well. Had some cheaper speed in front of her, but in front of him, I should say. But American Pure going to cap the all 3-year-old. Exactly. The only 2 3-year-olds on the race run 1-2 against the 4 4-year-olds.
Francisco Arrieta in the saddle gets the win. First off the claim for Lindsey Schultz, and now you know all about her thanks to the feature. That's been the most productive angle on this show. As hometown hero, Paul had brought up some questions about how far back this horse was going to be. Lost contact with the field early on and had to settle for a disappointing fourth.
Terrible price. That horse was a terrible, terrible price when you take everything into consideration, race shape, cut back, since the barn change, since the surface switch. Horse was a terrible price. It was one of those races where you could have a strong opinion against the favorite, but maybe not necessarily have a strong opinion who was going to get the job done. That's why you spread in the multi-race wagers. The pick 4 started there. Hopefully you found, I believe American Pure was second choice at 5-2. Yes, second choice at 5-2.
2, 5, 3, 6 in race 2 at Churchill Downs. Lindsey Schultz and Francisco Arrieta team up for a win. As we touched on a little bit throughout the show, there are some good storylines in this year's Breeders' Cup with a horse like Jackie's Warrior, who's making his 3rd trip to the Breeders' Cup this weekend. He has yet to get a win. We'll see if that changes this year in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
An obligatory goes by the ball. Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curlin, the classic sire.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Acacia Clement, Anthony Stabile, and Paul LaDuca. Glad to have you with us as we did see American Pure into the winner's circle in the 2nd race. Francisco Arrieta in the saddle. Trained first off the claim by Lindsey Schultz, and she is standing by with Paul.
I am with winning trainer Lindsey Schultz, and I was telling Lindsey every time we run a feature of somebody, Lindsey, we ran your feature, and boom, you struck.
Well, thank you for that. We definitely appreciate the help.
Well, you were telling me the race kind of didn't go to plan here. You were trying to maybe get to the front end?
Yeah, we were. I mean, look, the horse was cutting back from 7/8 to 3/4, so we weren't sure if he had the speed to make it to the front, but the horse ran so well last time, we thought that was our plan, but he obviously, didn't get out of the gate very well, had a little trouble, and then he ran by horses okay, though.
When he left the paddock, I was like, well, he's blowing pretty hard, which means he tried very hard. And you said, Francisco said, basically, I didn't know if I was going to go buy horses, but he found another gear.
Yeah, he did. Francisco knows the horse. Now he's ridden him a couple times, and, he rode him well, and the horse gave it his all.
What led you to claim this horse and claiming these type of horses? Is this where you're going to start going to, Lindsey, until you start getting regular and more clients where you're going to start buying horses at sales?
Yeah, definitely. Look, 10 Strike Racing and Marshall Graham started me off, and they have a lot of claimers. And the owners of this horse, Alan Schubert and Scott Galloway, I know them from when I was assistant for Tom Proctor, and they loved the idea of getting into the claimers because there's a little more liquidity and you don't have to throw all the money up front. So it's been good, and you keep the action going and keep everyone excited.
Winning makes everybody happy.
It definitely does.
Good luck, Lindsey.
Thank you.
All right, Paul, thank you. Young trainer Lindsey Schultz with the win. First off the claims, $7.16 winner in race number 2 at Churchill Downs. Race 3 coming up next. It's a restricted maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds. Again, these are horses that have sold or RNA'd at their most recent sale for $50,000 or less. More on this third race in a moment as we continue our Breeders' Cup conversation. Jackie's Warrior is already a champion, already a horse that has done so much on the racetrack, yet he's making his third trip to the Breeders' Cup, Anthony, and does not yet boast a win. So a great production team put together some horses that have really stood out in history and yet had multiple tries at a Breeders' Cup but were not able to be successful. And yes, the Breeders' Cup is the World Championships, and you have, for instance, a horse like Gioponte, who was also a champion, the 2009 and 2010 Eclipse Award champion grass horse, took the likes of Goldikova and Zenyatta to beat him at the Breeders' Cup.
Goldikova in the Breeders' Cup Mile, and Zenyatta on the all-weather in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And this horse, forget about the fact that he's in a Breeders' Cup race. I will die on the hill of getting Gioponte into the Hall of Fame one day, because he earned over $6 million and he won countless grade ones, and he got beat by arguably 2 of the most dominant horses at what they did. The all-weather for Zenyatta, the Breeders' Cup Mile for Goldikova. He was unbelievable. He was one of my absolute favorites, especially on the turf. And that leads me to a horse who for a very, very long time was my favorite racehorse. I never thought he'd be usurped, but he was by Tonalist a few years ago. Oh, there he is, one of my favorite races of all time. You see that horse in the gold, in the yellow and gray that he's leaving in his dust, that everybody thinks was better than him? They're all wrong. Easy Goer was better than Sunday Silence. I don't care what the record says. And there he is in the Test of the Champion, thrashing Sunday Silence. And Le Voyageur, a 12-year-old Big A, hit a $5 triple that day at a New York City OTB, and now defunct New York City OTB.
I love that.
But Easy Goer tasted defeat at the hands of Is It True in the 1988 Juvenile at Churchill on a sloppy track, foreshadowing his Derby defeat to Sunday Silence on a very similar racetrack. And then, of course, at Gulfstream Park in 1989, Easy Goer in that one last desperate lunge, and Sunday Silence holds on. I will go to my grave, hopefully many years from now, knowing that Tom Durkin was as disappointed as I was. You listen to that call, and it gets shoved down your throat. And you can't tell, I'm not too angry about this.
Right.
I mean, 23 years later, it haunts me to this day that he never gets there. And you could hear it in Tom. You heard it twice in Tom's voice. You heard it that day, and you heard it when Birdstone ran down Smarty Jones. At least I did. I don't know if it makes me sleep better at night that I think I heard this in Tom's voice. But I'll tell you what, the 1989 Breeders' Cup Classic is why I'm sitting here, because I was at the Meadowlands watching the races, and I said to my mom and dad, I was like, I am so angry right now. I wish I had a way to express my anger. And back then, there was no America's Day at the races. There was no talking horses. Well, why don't you become a writer? And I decided that day that I wanted to be on the media portion of things, and I became a newspaper reporter in 1999 when I graduated St. John's. And I'm here today because Sunday Silence beat Easy Goer in the 1989 Breeders' Cup Classic.
Everything happens for a reason.
Yeah.
Can Jackie's Warrior get that elusive Breeders' Cup win? We'll find out this weekend. Now, as a 2-year-old, he ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and would go on to be one of the best sprinters. He faced essential quality in what was a loaded group of 2-year-olds, ran a really good race that year.
Brutal. He had
terrible
he took
trip,
the worst of it.
A huge effort. Came back with an injury out of last year's Breeders' Cup Sprint. They've been working backwards from the Breeders' Cup Sprint this year. That's been the goal all along, and that's what they've been pointing to with Jackie's Warrior.
Look, when Jack Christopher was taken out of Breeders' Cup consideration before the entries and the pills were drawn on Monday, there was some out there who felt that maybe Jackie's Warrior became a bigger cinch, quote unquote, than Flightline. On paper, that might very well be true. He looks like he's loose on the lead. He took out not only his main speed rival, but really his main rival as far as horse flesh and on paper go. He still has to get that job done. And you know, I'm starting to wonder now if it is just the rigors of the full season campaign. People forget.
He danced every dance
He
this
danced
year.
a lot of dances this year. He started in February. You know, he's been going, I don't want to say he's been going hammer and tong. Now, you look at that field and you say to yourself, well, what's he really have to beat? He's running into a filly in Kamari that Wesley Ward is very high on going the trip, and a horse in Elite Power who's going guns blazing right now for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. He's taken his track with him. He's won at different distances. He's won from on the lead, from off the pace, from mid-pack. So,
You got last year's winner in there, too.
and you have last year's winner, thank you, at 12-1 for the white-hot Luis Saez. So, it's not his easiest task. But, and obviously your next race is the one you're supposed to win. But he, on paper, looks like he is going to be really tough in a couple of days.
Well, Paul, as we bring you into this conversation, Jackie's Warrior looking for that elusive Breeders' Cup win. I think he would be a horse that'd be really special to see him get that elusive victory. But as Anthony said, he's got to go out and do it.
Yeah, he really does. And, you know, there's been a kind of bit of a disappointment, and he got beat by Cody's Wish, who I think's got a big shot in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, and I just think it's not a fluke of a horse, and I think a lot of people are holding that against him. The thing about Jackie's Warrior, every race that he's had around one turn, he got beat by Drain the Clock. He went to his nose that day. He was the best horse by far. The Breeders' Cup Sprint, he got caught on the inside. A little bit of a similarity that happened last time. He's a horse that when he gets challenged on the inside, when he's inside of horses, he has a tendency to not really fight back and crumble a little bit. And sometimes when you watch Joel Rosario ride him, he wants him in the center of the racetrack. He wants everybody up inside of him. And it goes back to, he ran down Life is Good, yet when he's inside of horses, he seems like he just does not want any part of it. Now, Anthony makes an unbelievable point. The scratches of Jack Christopher, Gunite going not in this spot. He really looks like he can control the race. He can lay off any kind of speed. The other speed's really inside of him, whether it's Kamari, whether it's Elite Power, but those are two horses that have been able to rate before. I think Joel just takes no prisoners, goes to the front end, stays in the middle of the racetrack, and they're just really going to have to run him down. In last year's winner, it's just not the same horse. So it really is his race to lose with the scratchings in here, and he's going to be ridden a certain way. I really feel that way, that he cannot be inside horses, because when he gets challenged, he crumbles a little bit.
An interesting point, Paul. We'll see how things shake out for Jackie's Warrior. And Paul's right. I mean, he did beat Life is Good. Life is Good was off of a layoff and at the 7 furlongs, and Life is Good was kind of in the center of the track while Jackie's Warrior was duking it out inside. I don't know. I think that Jackie's Warrior is an excellent horse, and he's done a lot of good work. I don't think that Cody's Wish was a fluke. I think that he was a horse that was trending in the right direction, and Jackie's Warrior still ran one of his fastest races in defeat last time.
I think what you have to worry about in the forego was the fact that he had everything to his own way, and he kind of caved late. He got beat by a really nice racehorse, but I think you're more worried about how he behaved is the wrong word, but how he kind of just, he didn't fall apart, but he didn't finish the job, right? And he has the long break now, and Steve Asmussen, his Hall of Fame trainer, has been able to put the screws to him a little bit. I agree with Paul. I would blast off on Saturday. I'd be 3-4 in front. You want to let horses like Elite Power and Kamari try and keep up with him. Horses that have never really gone that fast early, come play my game.
Yep.
If not, you're going to have to make up 3-4 lengths on me. But if I'm Joel, I'm gone.
We'll see what happens in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Jackie's Warrior, the one to beat. Can he do it? We'll soon find out. Well, talking about jockeys that are riding in good form, Tyler Gaffleone, certainly that. Just missed at the Keeneland riding title, but had several graded stakes wins and has continued on with this Churchill meet and picking up a lot of victories. We'll see him with plenty of Breeders' Cup action.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
After the Breeders' Cup, the sports focus will turn to Fasig-Tipton for the world's premier breeding stock event. Over 60 graded stakes winners or producers catalog, 30 of which are Grade 1. Offering champions, Breeders' Cup winners, a Royal Ascot star, and 3 Kentucky Oaks winners, plus 180 selected weanlings, all in one spectacular session. The November sale, Sunday, November 6th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and Grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're really excited about Catholic Boy. I know he has some good ones coming. We have some really good ones here on the farm that we're excited about selling in September. We think a couple of them have a chance to really break through and ring the bell and be very good representations of what we've seen from the stallion. He's passing on that more than ready look with maybe a little more stretch and leg. People forget that he was so dominant in the Travers. He won it by 4 lengths, beat Good Magic, Vino Rosso, and Mendelssohn, who are all stallions that stand for more money than he does somehow, even though Catholic Boy won Grade 1s on both turf and dirt at NYRA tracks. New York racing is some of the best in the world, and to win Grade 1s at that circuit's really hard to do, and Catholic Boy did it a couple times. We really think the first group of horses that will be showcased at yearling sales later this summer and fall will really show what we've seen and why we're so thrilled with what we've seen with Catholic Boy. He has tremendous versatility, obviously, and so does More Than Ready. He comes from the Halo line, which we don't have much of here in the United States anymore. Obviously, it's been wildly successful in Japan. It's continuing on. All their sons and daughters that you see winning across the world stage basically trace back to Sunday Silence, which is the Halo line. So I really hope breeders will realize that we have a great Halo line here still going in the United States, and that it really needs to be supported because it's such a strong, influential line worldwide. Talking about fitting the bill for a Claiborne sire, he was a grade stakes winner at 2, not just a winner, but a grade stakes winner at 2, Grade 1 winner at 3, multiple Grade 1 winner at 3, and then another stakes winner at 4. So he was a stakes winner all 3 years that he raced. He's a really good-looking son of More Than Ready out of a Bernardini mare, who's a great broodmare sire. He comes from a good family, and we're hoping that he passes on his good genes that were successful on the track.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Can't wait till we see the progeny of Catholic Boy on track as 2-year-olds. It'll be fun to follow as we have the 2-year-olds in the spotlight here in this restricted maiden special weight, starting with the number 1, Let Me Love You.
A couple of tries at the distance resulted in 3rd and 2nd place finishes, just missed by a half length back in September at Churchill.
Here's the 2, Winter's Lion.
Stretches out after taking very little money in debut. Son of 2018 Breeders' Cup Classic winner Accelerate beneath the Twin Spires.
Sharp on track, 2nd-time starters, 8 straight.
Yeah, did not take any money on debut. Didn't show much speed. After breaking a little slowly, we'll see how he stretches out.
Here's the number 4, Grooven.
Tried this condition 2 starts back in his debut. Ran open at Keeneland and actually fared pretty well, though he regressed speed figure-wise.
Little rambunctious. Here's Booster Shot.
Yeah, by Arrogate Dam was 2 for 14. Both wins came on the grass. We'll see if this is a prep for the lawn, even though he's the 5-2 favorite right now.
Wow. First-time starter. Well, Louis Saez is in the saddle. Here's Atkins.
Yeah, he's going to stretch out. Let's see if Ron Mulquet can get his 2nd win of the day. This horse took a bunch of money at 2-1. Did not get away from the gate cleanly in his debut.
Number 7, Freezing Point is next.
Another one. He ran well in this condition, then kind of went the wrong way in open claimers at Keeneland last time out. Comes back in just about 3 weeks, and the Son of Frost that stretches out to a mile.
Wicked Secret rounds out the field.
Yeah, tried the turf in his debut at Saratoga, then tried this 1-turn mile as the 8-5 second choice, went 4th last time out. He'll need to get a little quicker early on.
That's the field for this 3rd race, as we'll see what these 2-year-olds can do. Booster Shot currently 5-2 off an 8-1 morning line as we bring Paul in. Paul, are you surprised at the money this first-time starter is taking?
Yeah, actually I am a little bit surprised, 8-1 on the morning line, but actually not, because Louis Saez is aboard. I mean, this is a giant son of Arrogate. I mean, he towered over the field, so I can understand why this horse is debuting at a mile. I actually thought maybe this horse could use another 16th of a mile, but yeah, taking a lot of money. When you look at the Will Pays, they're all over the 1, 5, and 8. Those are the sort of the 3 horses in here. When you get to the 1, Let Me Love You, has improved in each start. First start, a nice little 3rd. That Kentucky Downs race was not back then. Kenny McPeak wheeled this colt right back in 3 weeks, and I thought ran a good race, making up some ground, and was kind of, forwardly placed. Now, he had come out of open races into this restricted company. We talk about restricted company. These are for horses that went through the sale for $50,000 and under. So he tried some open company, and then he went into a restricted race and improved. So I can understand why he's 5-2. Now, the 8 Wicked Street for Dallas Stewart, I'm surprised here at 5-1. Right behind Let Me Love You. I get it. It says herded. I get it, and stayed late. He kind of was hanging towards the outside a little bit. Some sneaky money here on the 7 Freezing Point. When I was walking out, I was hearing the Freezing Point's going to try to go towards the front end in here. And this first race was from the 1 hole, got left and ran a decent race, then tried to go to the front at Keeneland, and that wasn't happening. So maybe the 7 will show some speed in here. And Big A, I know you're a giant karaoke fan, and I know you got Grooven in your holster by the Rascals whenever you need it.
I thought Paul, when he brought up karaoke, was going to go to Let Me Love You. That would be more my speed. I mean, I do have a hand comb on set with me here today. So DJ Snake was Let Me Love You. How about that?
Wow.
Justin Bieber was part of this. So I'm a believer. So
I know you're a believer. Yeah. 5-2. Co-favorites now, actually, as we'll take a look at Let Me Love You. He's saying, let me be the one to give you everything you want and need.
Wow.
Obviously.
Doesn't it just sound so simple?
It does.
People are so stubborn about it sometimes. It's unbelievable. This was a big effort. But you're gonna have to deal with a short price today, and now this horse is starting to pile up defeats, a third place finish, and then this second place finish. You know, Paul was talking about Freezing Point maybe showing some speed today. I wish I knew who was going to be the speed in here, because I would bet solely on that. I wonder if it's the 4 Garuvan. I wonder if Garuvan goes. I wonder if Edgar Morales, who wins plenty of races for our man and colleague Tom Amos, being aggressive. This horse did not get away did not get away well first time out. Got away a little bit better second time out. And I just wonder now, if stretching out, if this horse can get a little separation early. Paul mentioned he heard that Freezing Point might be going to the lead. You have to wonder if Atkins gets a clean break, if Bejarano's aggressive with him. This is what happens in these races, Acacia, right? You look at the paper, there's an 8-horse field, one of them's a firster, nobody's shown any speed. 4 horses are ding-dong battling in front of you, going past the 5/8 pole. So, it was interesting in that aspect. I wouldn't want a short price on the 1. I wouldn't want a short price on the 5. I would settle on my man Ron Moquette, see if Atkins, the number 6, can improve.
That horse took a lot of money first time out, too, which I think is interesting.
Steady diet of money, if you will, first time out.
Yes, I see what you did there.
Oh, thanks.
Atkins, gelding by Include, who is stretching out in distance, too. That's also the question. Who can handle the mile? Booster Shot up to 3-1 now, but still taking attention. Colts debuting for Al Stahl. The 2-year-old's in the spotlight coming up in the 3rd race. Let's send it up to Travis Stone with the call.
Secret now. And he goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Atkins from mid-pack bounces out near the top. Freezing Point is there. Winter's Lion down toward the rail. So those 3 fastest off the mark. And it's Atkins on through to the front. Winter's Lion is 2nd. Freezing Point comes on to grab 3rd. Garuvan right in behind Wild 4th. And 8 straight in behind them 5th. They're up the chute, crossing over with Winter's Lion showing the way. So it's Winter's Lion in front, and Freezing Point is prompting 2nd with Atkins right there between them. 8 straight advances toward the inside, up to be 4th. Garuvan is back into 5th. And then it's Booster Shot, who broke at mid-pack but is advancing down the center of the racetrack, followed by Wicked Secret. And the early trailer is Let Me Love You, but only 6 lengths off the lead. The opening half in 46-2. They hit the far turn. 3 horses across the track now. Winter's Lion, Atkins, and Freezing Point. Freezing Point puts a nose in front with 3 furlongs to go. Garuvan comes on 4 wide, Booster Shot 5 wide, 8 straight, bottled up in behind with Wicked Secret. Let Me Love You has been switched to the outside for the final quarter mile. Freezing Point is off the turn, 2.5 lengths in front now. Garuvan fully extended, Winter's Lion there too, Atkins and Wicked Secret, 1 furlong to go. Freezing Point, plenty left for the stretch drive, has built a 6, 7, 8 length lead. Freezing Point rambles home. Garuvan was 2nd, Winter's Lion was 3rd, and 8 straight was 4th.
Freezing Point, the son of Frosted, was sharper today. Much improved off of that open maiden special weight try last time out, back into restricted company, and found the right bunch today.
Yeah, kind of found his friends, right? And he got a little bit more of an aggressive ride, as Paul alluded to. Corey Lannery let this son of Frosted leave out of there, kind of moved up alongside both Atkins and Winter's Lion, who were up front early. And boy, this was as easy a maiden win as you're going to see today. Half a dozen lengths under the line.
Number 4, Garuvan was in 2nd, building off of those 2 4th-place finishes. A distant 2nd, though, to Freezing Point, who was a pretty good price at 6-1 as well, 7-4-2-3. No noise made from that first-time starter, Booster Shot, who is taking all that money. He seemed pretty green before the race, and Paul had mentioned his size. Maybe just needs to kind of figure things out and get some more ground.
I want to bet him going long. I want to bet him on the grass.
Yep.
I want to bet that horse on the grass.
I would agree with that. You would certainly think, 2 turns on turf, given that pedigree. might just be the starting point.
And his size and his build, for sure.
But no doubt about the winner, Freezing Point. Corey Lannery in the saddle. Gracetta Frosted gets the win at 6-1. We'll bring you prices in a bit. We'll also kick off the live racing action from Horseshoe Indianapolis. The opener coming up next. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races as we've got the Indiana Breds in the spotlight. They're in the paddock getting ready for the first race of the day.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Playing a trifecta. To win, you've got to pick the horses who finish first, second, and third. It's tough, but the payouts are incredible. For example, in the 2005 Kentucky Derby, a $2 trifecta paid more than $133,000. It's for $2. Now, they don't always pay that much, but they'll generally pay you a lot more than an exacta. Increase your chances of hitting a trifecta by boxing your horses. Remember, boxing means your horses can come in any order. So, if you like horses 3, 4, and 6, there are 6 possible combinations of those 3 horses finishing first, second, and third. You pay $1 for each combination, $6 total, and if any one of those combinations hits, you cash.
Our program brought to you, as always, by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we just saw the third race from Churchill Downs. Went to the number 7, Freezing Point. A more aggressive ride from Corey Lannery paying off as this colt by Frosted was much the best versus these 2-year-olds.
Yeah. By the time we picked this thing up, when they head beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs, it is long over. Milady, nice effort here today, third start. You know, I was always been one of my favorite handicapping angles as a kid was third start of the career, third start off the layoff, form cycle. This horse would have been a prototypical play for me back in the day. Good effort first time against the same company, failed against better, and then today would have been tapioca pudding at 1442. I don't know what happened in 1442. A good year if you liked Freezing Point, though.
There you go. Race 3 official at Churchill Downs as we head over to Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Get ready for the opener there. Indiana Breds in the spotlight. It's a non-winners of 2 in life claiming race for $25,000 to kick off the day. A field of 7 as we take a look at horses getting ready for the post parade. We'll kick things off with your favorite, Follow the Money.
Yeah, that's what I like to do. Source finished second at this level, first time, last time out. Joey Ramos going to climb back aboard this son of Overanalyze.
Here's a horse cutting back in distance, base coat.
Yeah, tried Stakes Company last time, too, a little 100-grander for the restricted Indiana Breds. Cuts back to a 5.5 furlongs. 0 for 3 sprinting.
Second off a 2-year layoff. Here's Victor's Deal.
Yeah, and this horse did what he did before he left. He grabbed the check 15 times out of 25 starts. He's finished second or third.
Humble Warrior is next.
Did not like the slop, apparently, last time out, though. He broke his maiden on a wet track, and he's going to cut back in distance as well.
Here's the 5, Malibu Classic.
First start since a little September break. He hasn't won since last year in October against the special weight. This is just his 3rd start for the tag.
Mischievous Bud is 4-1.
Dropped to this level last time to no avail as a 2-1 second choice. He had run at this level one other time in his career. He was a well-beaten 3rd.
Seems to have a habit of finishing second. And here's the 7, Gimme Fuel, Gimme Fire.
Give me that which I desire for you Metallica fans. I think this horse is a little interesting. First time drop, second off the July break, outside speed, Fernando de la Cruz. Sign me up at 5-1.
There's no better time to join Naira Bets than right now. You can join today and get a $25 free bet. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus using promo code CUP25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match just in time for this weekend's Breeders' Cup World Championships. Nearing post time for the opener at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, as we see Follow the Money, currently the favorite. This horse, I guess, just more than some of the others in here, he's just not as exposed.
He's disappointed the least at the level, or at least one of the least at the level. Bass Coat to his outside has never tried the claimers yet till today. Yeah, I mean, he makes sense as the favorite. I just don't want to take him at a short price. I'd much rather go the pajama game here, the top and the bottom. Give me fuel, give me fire from me. Jeff Greenhill, another good meet down in the Hoosier State, as he often has. And, yeah, I just thought this horse made a lot of sense. I would imagine he'll show a little bit more speed with the rust knocked off from the 2-month respite. We'll see if Mischievous Bud, the number 6, goes to the lead, as I would imagine. I think the 2 outside horses have the run of the race early on here.
Give me fuel, give me fire with that speed. He's also dropping in class after facing Indiana bred allowance company types. And so going into the straight non-winners of 2 claiming field today just kind of makes sense given the last couple of efforts. That speed, always a dangerous commodity. That's a cool shot.
Yes.
Overhead shot.
I gotta tell you something, Acacia.
What's that?
This is something you don't know about. You found out something about me that you did not know.
True.
Earlier today, I spent about 5 months as a florist.
Yeah.
In the winter of 1996.
You know more about flower arrangements
for all of your floral arrangements, come see the Big A at the Big A. If I had to give you a guilty pleasure racetrack, it would be Horseshoe Indy.
Interesting.
I'm a big fan.
Cool.
I'm a really, really big fan. Joey Ramos, Fernando de la Cruz, a couple of my favorite riders. Sammy Bermudez at a price. I have my, I would say during the Saratoga meet, if you were to go to my Naira Bets account and check what my second highest attended wagered on signal would be, it would clearly be Horseshoe Indy.
Interesting. I did not know you.
I'm a fan.
Did not know that about
I like
you.
the product.
Cool.
Team does a great job there. John Dooley called the races up until this week. Rachel McLaughlin does an amazing job. We're going to do a little fundraiser for a Veterans Association on Veterans Day with a pick 5 there next week. So good peeps over there, and I like that. It's good racing. They got a great turf course that they don't abuse and take very good care of. And they're wrapping things up the next couple of weeks, and be sad to see them go. I'm a big fan.
Well, it's been fun, the opportunities that we've had to have them on our show when covering these Churchill cards as well. So looking forward to seeing what kind of racing they have in store for us today. Even money right now on Follow the Money. This Indiana-bred non-winners of 2 claiming race. Race 1 getting set at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Jimmy McNerney calling at Horseshoe, Indiana this week. We'll send it up to Jimmy for the call of the opener.
And Julie Meyer. Mischievous Bud going in. Gimme Fuel, Gimme Fire. To the outside for Jeff Greenhill and Fernando De La Cruz. Field of 7 at the post. And they are racing at Horseshoe Indy. Good beginning for Humble Warrior, Follow the Money, Flashing Speed, From Between Horses, Victor's Deal, Mischievous Bud, and even Malibu Classic. So the pace is on up top as they head up the backside. Still 6 or 7 back to Bass Coat, who's last of them all, past the half-mile pole. Just about 4 across the course here. From Between Horses, it is Victor's Deal, 3 wide. Mischievous Bud as Humble Warrior got shuffled out of there to the inside. Follow the Money is being ridden hard to keep position there on the inside. Still 5 or 6 back to Gimme Fuel, Gimme Fire. Malibu Classic is going the wrong way, and Bass Coat is starting to pass him now with a quarter mile to go. The quarter 22 and 1, so a contested first 2 furlongs between Victor's Deal and Follow the Money as they straighten on down for the money. It is Victor's Deal and Follow the Money still to the inside. Mischievous Bud is up into third down the center. Humble Warrior outside the 16th pole. Victor's Deal has put away a pesky Follow the Money. Victor's Deal driving on a 2, now 2.5 length lead, and Victor's Deal another winner for Tiana Ruth. Victor's Deal wins by almost 2 at the end. Follow Money was second. Then it was Mischievous Bud third. And a host of horses hit the line in a photo for fourth. Running time for Victor's Deal, 1:05 and 2. And
Victor's Deal second off that 2-year layoff. And he was a horse, Anthony, that had 11 second-place finishes. Got to the winner's circle today.
Yeah, got to the winner's circle for the first time in many, many moons, Acacia. Able to get the job there. Sammy Bermudez, there he is.
Yep.
One of my long shot specialists. Not such a long shot in here. Beats the, I believe he was second choice at 7-2 with Victor's Deal. Beats the 6-5. Wow, 6-5 was just too short a price of anybody in here. And Follow the Money. Followed Victor's Deal to the wire today. Who got the money?
The 8-year-old by Stately Victor. Got the win here. Victor's Deal second off the bench under Sammy Bermudez. Bring you prices in a bit and continue the Breeders' Cup conversation as horses who won Breeders' Cup races last year are back for more this year. That does include Echo Zulu facing the tough fillies and mares in the sprint this year, but she has the defending champ Cece to deal with in there as well.
Nobody taught me how to be fast. Just win to be fast.
Nashville under no stress whatsoever. Simply incredible. Never asked for a thing. Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Porgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Breds start with an advantage. Our New York Breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York Bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York Bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York Bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
And they're into the stretch, and CC is coming too. Gamine has been passed by CC. CC has taken the lead, going by Gamine. Then comes Edgeway on the inside, and Bella Sofia. It's an upset here. It's CC and Victor Espinoza.
CC, winner of the 2021 Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, back to defend her title this year. She got plenty of pace to run at, and she sat a terrific trip last year. Anthony, she's done some great things on the racetrack. The question is she the same horse this year as she comes back?
You know, I wrote her off last year, so I might be the wrong person to ask this question. I don't like her again this year. I am looking forward to seeing the matchup, though, as last year's defending champ takes on the 2-year-old filly champ from last year, and of course the juvenile fillies winner in Echo Zulu, who I am a fan of, and you know I'm a big Echo Zulu fan, Acacia.
CC with the win. She disappointed in the ballerina, came back with a win last time out, and she will have to face some up-and-comers, including Echo Zulu, as she won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies last year, continuing on with that undefeated 2-year-old season that she had this year. Some hiccups along the line.
Yeah. She had some hiccups, namely that scratch on Acorn Day as the 1-5 favorite. She seems to be back. Everybody says she's training really nicely down in Kentucky, getting ready for this tilt in the Filly and Mare Sprint. And I'll tell you, Steve Asmussen, our Hall of Fame trainer, was very quick after the Oaks to say, one turn, and lived up to that when he talked about the Acorn right away, cutting back, and then did so again with the prep race for this. So I'm looking forward to seeing her return. I like the draw all the way on the outside. I know a lot of people don't like it. I don't mind it at all. I think she's in a good spot all the way out there.
Ricardo Santana, who has been reunited with Echo Zulu, told Paul yesterday he really likes the outside draw. 7 furlongs, that long run from the break there. And it will be an interesting matchup as we take a look at horses who won Breeders' Cup races last year that are coming back to run again this year. CC, Aloha West, Golden Pal, those types of horses who are looking to defend their titles. Life is Good, of course, stepping into the Classic after that Durham Mile win. And then you have horses like Modern Games, Echo Zulu, who are impressive as 2-year-olds, stepping up to face the Olders this year.
I think half of that list has really good chances to win. I think half of that list has their work more than cut out for them on Saturday. And the funniest part of the whole thing is I think the 2 horses that are going to be the shorter prices on that list that I don't like, CC and Life is Good, may have the biggest task ahead of them. Aloha West is sneaky because if you don't trust Jackie's Warrior, I think you can make a case. I can't, but I think you can make a case for 4 or 5 others in there, and he's one of them.
It'll be fun. Let's see if some of last year's Breeders' Cup winners can add a little bit more hardware to their mantle. Back here today, though, we continue on with the live racing action at Churchill Downs. Horses in the paddock for the 4th race. This is a 2-year-old filly race. 6 furlongs on the main track, a $50,000 claiming race. Everybody has a win in here, and currently the number 5, It Takes Heart, is the favorite, which does make sense given the fact that she won first time out. Brett Calhoun tried her in a little stake there at Prairie Meadows. She finished 4th. We haven't seen her since then. She does drop down, maybe a bit of a question, but maybe he was just trying to be opportunistic when she was a precocious 2-year-old.
Yeah. We'll see if the class drop, excuse me, that was bad. If it helps the cause. This is a weird tote board. I was a little surprised by this tote board. I thought she would be bet off the board, and she's only 2-1 right now. It Takes Heart. Surprised by that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little tough to trust anybody in this race, personally. We'll meet the rest of the field, starting with the number 1, Cupid's Payday.
Yeah, debut win, claimed out of that from Tom Amos. Up for 50 today. See what kind of trip she works out from the rail draw going to 3/4.
Here's High Fashion Lady cutting back.
Yeah, cuts back off a series of races going a mile and a 16th, 7/8. Lone race at 3/4. She just did not break out of the gate and was far back early.
As a Florida bred, you can understand trying that $400,000 Florida
Sure.
Sire Stakes. The 3, She'll Never Know, went by. Here's the 4, Miss Addie Lynn.
She'll Never Know dropped in for the tag and got out of the maiden ranks. Miss Addie Lynn did the same. She dropped back into the maiden ranks, got the job done at a big price, paid almost $45.
Here's your favorite, It Takes Heart.
Yeah, I thought she'd be better off the screen here. Broke the maiden for special weight. Tried a little stakes race at Prairie Meadows last time. Just got beat a couple of lengths. In for the tag for the first time.
Condensation is next.
This is a logical drop. Broke the maiden at Belterra in the special weight ranks. You come here, you have to run for the tag. Daughter of Frosted only cost $40,000 last year as a yearling.
You had Freezing Point by Frosted in the last race. There's Condensation by Frosted in this race. And here's Happy Clouds.
Sloppy track maiden win was clearly better than either of her fast tracks tries. She gets a gigantic rider change to Luis Saez. I would imagine that's why she's taken a smidge of money in here, Acacia.
That's the field for these 2-year-olds in this claiming race. Let's go back trackside and check in with Paul.
I couldn't be in more agreement with you guys. This is a difficult race here for fillies. Now, when you look at some of the drops in class here, I understand here on It Takes Heart. Now, for Brett Calhoun, who's a very, very sharp trainer, and usually he's very, very good his second time out. He got this horse to win first time out, like Acacia said, at Lone Star. Then they brought the horse to Prairie Meadows, and she didn't disgrace herself at all, but she's been off since July. Now, she's in for 50. Now, this purse is 75. So if they were able to win this race, $75,000 for a homebred for Mr. Durant, I think they would probably take that. So you got to take all of that into a little bit of a grain of salt in here. When I look at some of the other runners in here, Condensation, the 6, I think Anthony's dead right. The horse won very, very easily. You go back and you look at the chart, the field that she faced was awful. Now, she did it in style. Her ears were pricked at the wire, and she won by 8 and some odd quarter lengths. Obviously, this is going to be a tougher task, but sometimes, they could run up to their competition, and you never know. You're getting 7-1. The 3 in here, She'll Never Know. I know I'm going to land on this horse as the favorite because the 2 in here is just so dead on the board. I don't understand why, considering that horse is dropping in class and has a couple decent races. But I like the 3, She'll Never Know. Her first time out, she was 3-5. I remember I was in the paddock with Tom Amos, and he looked at me. He goes, "Wow, I can't believe this filly is 3-5." And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "She's got talent, but she is very, very green. She's going to need a couple races." And it showed on the form. She sort of got out of the gate. She was sort of lost all over the place. She came running up for 4th. He tried her at Saratoga in the restricted ranks on the turf. That did not work out. And then last time she showed a lot of professionalism. She was in tight, and she got the job done by a neck. Frigid Lady came back to win. And I think this horse can rate a little bit. So I'm going to go with Tom. And the other horse off the claim that scares me is the 1. That's Tom's other horse that got claimed by Michael Tomlinson. I thought that horse looked well in the post parade. But I'll stick with a 3 in here for Tom Amos, our colleague.
All right, Paul, best of luck. Has now actually clicked over to favoritism as well. Co-5-2 favorites. She'll Never Know, the number 3, highlighted as she did get the job done last time out. This filly by Go Zapper, as Paul was alluding to. Edgar Morales going to be aboard once again, as he and Tom Amos have been a very tough team together. And here's that a little bit of traffic Paul was talking about. For a young filly to be in between horses like she was like that, I thought that she was very tenacious, because that could be a really compromising position for an inexperienced horse.
Her first 2 starts certainly had her prepared for that adversity last time out. The drop in class seemed to help. She's had spacing between all of her starts. You see a little over 5 weeks between her first 2 starts, a little over 6 weeks between her next 2 starts, just about 6 weeks now. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen her stretched out a little bit yet as well. She's my reluctant selection in here. The only reason I say reluctant, Acacia, is because she's a shorter price than I thought she'd be. Now, my brain is skewed in here. I could have probably just hit a period after I should have skewed. But in here, I just felt like It Takes Heart was going to get bet off the board, so I'm a little surprised that some of these horses, namely She'll Never Know, is a little shorter than she is right now. I thought she'd be more in the 4-to-1 range. That's the only reason I'm a little reluctant to make her the top pick, because of the price, and now she's your co-favorite at 2-to-1. So maybe the money's a good sign. I don't know. Maybe Dr. Politti is firing in here.
Meanwhile, there's the number 4, Miss Addie Lynn. For the coach, Wayne Lucas. This one actually owned by Wayne and his wife, Lori. But the coach, she has Secret Oath, the Kentucky Oaks winner, getting ready for the distaff. And she just hasn't quite been the same since her Kentucky Oaks victory, Anthony. Unfortunately, she's been faced by a much improving Nest in her last couple of starts, who she beat soundly and on the square in the Oaks. Can she bounce back and take a step forward in the distaff?
You know, it's funny, Acacia. I don't know if she's really. I think Nest has just gotten so good, and I don't think her Preakness was that bad. I don't think her Alabama effort was that bad. You have to worry about the CCA Oaks. That maybe Nest may have just crushed her, and that might have been the end of it, you know, but she rebounded nicely in the Alabama. The Cotillion was a problem. She did not run well in the Cotillion. There's no way around that. But you know the coach, he never met an entry box he didn't like, so he's gonna keep on plugging away with the Oaks winner, and we'll see. It's strange. You have 2 8-horse fields in the distaff and the Classic. The Kentucky Oaks winner is going to be one of the longest prices on the board, and the Kentucky Derby winner may be the longest price on the board.
And those are 2 of the most competitive races.
Yeah, it's been that kind of year.
I would say the distaff and the Classic, just 2 fields that I am the most excited for. That's an absolutely loaded distaff this year. Really, really excited about that. Well, the coach has Miss Addie Lynn, and we'll see if she can build off of that maiden win from last time out. That was going a mile. She'll cut back to the 6 furlongs today. Big price at 12-to-1, 2-to-1 now on It Takes Heart, co-2-to-1 favorite with She'll Never Know. 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight. Let's go to Travis Stone with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. And It Takes Heart looking for the lead. Condensation's away sharply as well, and these 2 hook up early. They've opened up 2 now. Happy Clouds on the chase from 3rd. Cupid's Payday advancing toward the rail 4th. 2.5 lengths back. High Fashion Lady moving up from 5th. Inside of She'll Never Know 6th. Miss Addie Lynn is at the back in 7th. So down the back stretch run. The battle continues. Condensation and It Takes Heart head to head through an opening quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. And they're now joined by Happy Clouds to make it 3 across the track as they round the far turn. Condensation fights to an arrow lead. Happy Clouds cranks up the pressure. It Takes Heart keeps pace toward the inside 3rd. Still 4 back to Cupid's Payday in 4th. The rest are struggling. She'll Never Know, High Fashion Lady, and Miss Addie Lynn. They're at the quarter pole. Happy Clouds comes off the turn in front. Condensation tries to fight on. It Takes Heart is back into 3rd. Condensation fighting on indeed. Back in front at the 8th pole. Happy Clouds flattening out late. It Takes Heart is there. Final 16th, and it's Condensation by 2. It Takes Heart trying to re-rally. Second best. Condensation first. It Takes Heart second. Cupid's Payday rallied for 3rd. Then it was either Happy Clouds or High Fashion Lady.
Condensation with the win, as you had Freezing Point by Frosted in the last race. You've got Condensation by Frosted in this race. It's just that easy, Anthony.
This is a meteorological I'm going to screw it up.
Do you want to try that again?
A meteorologist's dream today at Churchill Down. I wouldn't say meteorological.
All we needed was happy clouds.
Yeah, put a couple. That's a Bob Ross reference, right?
Yeah.
Put a couple of happy clouds in there.
Uh-huh.
Still love watching The Joy of Painting You. Most kids wanted to watch Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood on PBS. I watched Joy of Painting. Yeah, nice win for Condensation. Now a perfect 2 for 2. PTK used to be Dane Kabisky out of the training game right now, and Bill Cowan's getting the job done. Frosted out of a Tiz Now, my boy. I have not seen a lot of or heard a lot about Tiz Now this week, and ordinarily you do. Only
true.
2-time Breeders' Cup Classic winner, and 2 big Classic wins they were, beating Europe's best, Giants Causeway in 2000, and of course Saki in 2001. Another brutal beat for the Big A.
You love making yourself suffer.
I bet
don't
out
you?
on Saki that year, man.
Condensation out of the Tiz Now mare by Frosted. He gets the win to make it 2 for 2 in the 4th race at Churchill Downs. We'll talk about the Breeders' Cup Classic when we come back. That horse right there has gotten a lot of buzz throughout his entire career. Flightline, what will he do going into the Breeders' Cup Classic?
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta. Scores by 3.5.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Condensation into the winner's circle in the 4th race at Churchill Downs. Makes it 2 for 2. Well spotted by Bill Cowens after that win at Belterra on debut.
Yeah, nice win, 2 in a row now for this daughter of Frost, and that was a smart move. You take the maiden win at Belterra, and you know she's not an allowance type at Churchill Downs. Maybe she's an allowance type at Belterra, but guess what? Can't imagine anybody was in for it today. This pot was $75,000. The maiden special weight at Belterra was 18.
Yep.
I'd have to imagine the allowance race is maybe 32, so it's 2.5 times the purse. Get the money, take your filly home, and I would imagine live to fight another day with her.
$20 winner, Condensation over It Takes Heart.
And 76
And
cents.
76 cents, yes.
It's not
excuse
gypped
me.
to people, Acacia.
Yes,
People worked hard for that penny breakage.
76 in the fourth at Churchill Downs. It just rolls off the tongue, really. The Breeders' Cup Classic shaping up this year to be one of the great Breeders' Cup Classics that we've seen. The strength, the quality of every single horse in this race is just fantastic. And yet there's one who has continued to really kind of get all the press. 3-5 on Flightline as we take a look at what he did in the Pacific Classic. I mean, it's just absolutely jaw-dropping, and we know he can get the distance if that was any concern that anyone might have had coming into this Breeders' Cup.
I don't know. When you are faced with a horse like this, as a handicapper, the first thing you try to do is find the hole. He's going to be 2-5. You want to try to beat the favorite. After you handicap the race, you're going to try and beat favorites like this. I get it. You go and look and try to find a hole in this horse. I can't find one. He doesn't run often, but he never runs often. And he always runs well fresh. And John Sadler doesn't win in California, outside of California, but he won the Met Mile 3,000 miles away. And he won his only Breeders' Cup Classic in the state of Kentucky. These are things that kind of come off the table. And the truth of the matter is this. I mean, just look at that.
Yeah, he's like a machine.
It's a machine. He looks like a machine. And I am critical of a lot of people all the time who when handicapping and talking about these races, who think of these horses as machines. They're flesh and blood, but he is as robotic as it gets. I mean, find the race every 4 months, put him on the racetrack, demolition derby, see you in 4 or 5 months, rinse, repeat. I mean, he is remarkable. He is an all-time great. I don't care that he's only run 5 races. What he's done in those 5 races is simply spectacular, and I would have to imagine that this is going to be just another day at work for Flightline.
3 grade 1s, 3 different racetracks, 3 different distances. Can't wait to see Flightline, Ronis Racing, West Point Thoroughbreds, and he's tremendous. He's, of course, one of the big highlights of the card. There's a lot of other action going on Saturday as far as the Breeders' Cup is concerned. And as far as the quality, the star power this year, I think it's in the Classic and the Distaff, personally. But, of course, there's...
Well, yeah, you got Jackie's Warrior in the sprint.
That's true. I mean, as far as the depth, in the Distaffs, you have Malathaat, you have Nest, you have Search Results, you have Flightline, you have Epicenter, Taba, Life is Good in the Classic. But that's fair. There's some big names otherwise. What my point was is saying, yes, maybe those are the quote-unquote big 2. Every single Breeders' Cup race is important and exciting, and these horses have been pointing to there, and some interesting storylines going through it always.
Well, you have close to, you have 10 championships on the line, 9 championships on the line, in theory, over the course of the 2 days, right? So, yeah, I mean, they're all important races, especially when it comes to year-end honors. And, you know, there's big purse money. A lot of people are betting a lot of money on it. We got you covered over at Naira Bets, by the way, for that. I put up pick packs for both days at Keeneland. There'll be picks up for both days at Aqueduct. There's some select plays up for the 2 days of races over at the Breeders' Cup. So head on over to NairaBets.com. A couple of blogs up as well. So everything and anything you need over at NairaBets.com. I have. Yeah.
Heading to Mohegan Sun.
Heading to Mohegan Sun for my twice annual gig. Biannual, I guess it would be. Derby and Breeders' Cup every 6 months. It's nice. Trying to get a little getaway money.
Race 2 at Horseshoe, Indianapolis for the Indiana Breds, a maiden claiming 1 mile 70 yards. Ruby Sky, currently your heavy favorite.
And she should be. When your chief rival on the outside as the 5-2 second choice, I'm a NH Lady Cat, is 0 for 26, I am going to side with the young lady who is 0 for 3 every single time.
Into the gate for the second. Here's Jimmy McNeary standing by with the call.
I'm an NH Lady Cat to the outside for Ellen and Mike. She's in, partnered with Josh Morales. Fillies and mares at the post. And they are racing. So Quaker got put in tight shortly after the start. After checking out, she is climbing, and she is last. It is Giadorable who is first as they head into the opening turn. Venyatta to the outside as they head into the turn. Rapid Justice is next, and running off to the inside. Ruby Sky just found a seam there, and she's really headstrong into that first turn run. Then a length and a half further back, second last is Ama NH Lady Cat, and after that compromise start, so Quaker is last of them all. Almost single file with 6 furlongs to go. In the field of 6, turn up the backside. Not much pace on, even though the field is spread out here. As they turn up the backside, Giadorable, there's the quarter. Wow, 26 seconds flat. So Giadorable, no excuses from here. The daughter of Giaponte with 5 furlongs to go shows the way by a length and a half. Venyatta still racing in second. Rapid Justice to the outside, keen to go on behind that slow pace from third. Ruby Sky to the inside. It's now going to angle off cover here as went from the rail out to about the 4 path from fourth behind a half in a slow 50.3 seconds. Then 2 lengths further back to Sequeaker, who's up into fifth. Will have a lot of work to do to close in behind this slow pace, and I'm NH Lady Cat is out the back door. Midpoint through the turn, 5/16 to go. There goes Rapid Justice, could wait no more behind that slow tempo. Despite setting soft fractions, Giadorable is backpedaling quickly in second. Ruby Sky continuing to race deep on the course from third. Venyatta is under a heavy drive, but running in place top at a home stretch, and Rapid Justice has fled the scene as they turn on down for the money. With a furlong to go, Rapid Justice is opening up. She's in front by 6, now by 7, and you can put a ring around Rapid Justice. It's simply her against the clock with a 16 to go. Rapid Justice, a much the best winner here for the Bug Girl. Rapid Justice by double digits. Rapid Justice wins and breaks the maiden here in the 12th career start. So Quaker did get up in a photo there with Giadorable for second. Running time 1:46.93.
Rapid Justice, start number 12, was the lucky one, stretching back out. She gets the win with apprentice Gage Holmes in the saddle.
Just one of 2 3-year-olds in here. And while she did not have a lot of success, in fact, she just hit the board just once. That was back in July for 12.5. She was easily best. I mean, this was, to use some stuff we would have used, and I got to say 150 times on Saturday night. That was a jiggy jog for her today.
Your favorite.
One of my favorites, yes.
Rapid Justice stretching back out. Third time at this level, I should say, was the win. We're going to kick off the Aqueduct Fall Meet tomorrow with some graded stakes action. We'll turn back the alarm. There's first to act, who is second behind Ness last time out. She'll look to get to the winner's circle this weekend.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. As I want to remind everybody, you can earn a $15 bonus today just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Churchill Downs and Charlestown today, and you could get a $15 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Visit nairabets.com to opt in and play today. Well, we get ready to kick off the Aqueduct meet. And yes, we've been at Aqueduct, but we've been at Belmont at the Big A. And now it's just Aqueduct.
A lot of people are confused about racing today.
Yes.
Because the Belmont of the Big A meet, we had racing on Thursdays, and we will at the Aqueduct meet, most Thursdays anyway. But we'd ordinarily be moving over from Belmont to Aqueduct now, and we didn't have to do that this time around.
No, we don't have to move anything. We'll be here. But we get ready to kick off the meet on Friday with some exciting racing. Plenty of stakes action coming up this weekend. Friday starts the Aqueduct meet, and we do have the Grade 3 Turn Back the Alarm as the feature. As we take a look at the field, this is a fun little race, too, going 1 1/8 miles on the main track. And you have some interesting horses, including First to Act, who is still relatively lightly raced. We saw her try the Beldame last time out in her first start in graded stakes company. A filly that's trending in the right direction, that's clearly improving. Second to Nest, no shame in that, and looks like she could be in the right position to get her first graded stakes win.
Yeah, and you're going to see that that second place finish a long way behind Nest. She's a nice filly. Like you said, she's kind of trending, for the lack of a better term, the right way. I'll tell you what, this is a nice spot for a lot of these fillies to try to get some graded stakes placing, because it's not the toughest bunch of fillies and mares they're ever going to face. This is really when the cat's away, the mice will play down at the Breeders' Cup. I thought it was an interesting race, and the morning line, I think, kind of tells the same story, right? Four fillies and mares between 2 to 1 and 9 to 2.
Then you have Coach and Battle Bling, who were rematch out of that stake at Laurel last time out in Betwixt. Battle Bling, who we're more familiar with here in New York for Rob Atras, coming off back-to-back wins, whereas Coach, who certainly has some back class with some of the horses that she faced as a 3-year-old, looking to get back on track and back to the winner's circle. Yeah,
I imagine Coach might be a little bit more forward in here as well. I'd like to see her use some of her old speed. But yeah, Battle Bling, this is not the Battle Bling that we are accustomed to, Acacia.
She's improved.
Yeah, she's improved. 2-race win streak, looking for the hat trick. Draws the outside post 7, going the 9 furlongs. So not the biggest run to the first turn, but enough room for Kendrick to get over.
He's aggressive out of the starting gate. That's one thing that we know about Kendrick.
Sure
He'll get her into position, get her position going forward, as Richie McLeary likes to say. We head back over to Churchill Downs today. Horses leaving the paddock for the 5th race. It's a maiden claiming, going 1 mile on the main track for fillies and mares. Big field coming up here. There is your current favorite, the number 6, Lanterns Candy, who does take a drop in class after trying maiden special weight company at Horseshoe Indy and on the turf. She's back to the dirt today, and this is her 12th start already.
You know how I feel about 0 for 10s. You and I have been together long enough doing these programs, whether on radio or on television, that once they get to the 10 point, I don't deal in absolutes. I'm not a Sith Lord, but once they get to 0 for 10, that it has to be a compelling reason or a lackluster bunch they're running against for me to select them.
She's a tepid favorite, too, at 5 to 2 towards the outside. The number 12, Verdandi, is taking some attention as she does stretch out in distance. And we'll take a look at her race back in June. This was 2 starts back for her where she showed speed, ended up finishing 3rd. It was close for 2nd. Came back with a disappointing effort at Keeneland, but she stretches back out, and it's her 2nd race off the layoff now.
Yeah, you know, the stretch back out here, you got to go all the way to the outside. Now, it's funny. Around the 1 turn, it's not that big of a deal. You would think she still has to cross all the way over and For a big, bulky field, Acacia, there's not a lot of speed in here. Her job might be easier than it would appear. But again, she's had an awful lot of chances, too, at different tracks, different levels.
Let me ask you this. Since we have the meteorologist sequence going on, little red cloud maybe?
Yeah, actually, I was thinking the same thing.
Sweet Valeria went by. Here's start class.
0 for 10. Never hit the board. Every loss is in double digits except the debut.
Number 3, Yellow Creek Road is next.
Yep. 1 start on the board. It was 3 starts back at Ellis Park. Tried Churchill and Keeneland in the last 2. Stretches back out to a mile where she has not had much success.
Some big prices down towards the inside. Here's another one, the number 4, Nelcock.
Yeah. Nelcock sprinted first time out, drops a little bit, stretches out a little bit more. Source was a gigantic price first time out, big price again today.
Get condensation, freezing point, maybe a little red cloud.
Maybe. That might be all you need in here, too. First time in for the tag, and again, you see the special weight at Belterra to the drop for a tag here at Churchill.
Just makes sense. Here's your favorite, co-favorite now, Lantern's Candy.
Has never run this cheaply on the dirt, save 1 time on the all-weather at Turfway Park last winter.
Big price on Dogwood's Becca.
Back to the main track for the first time since getting rained off in August. First 2 on the main track, intended when not very good.
Here's number 8, Bird Hunter.
3rd start off of a December layoff and a barn change. Drops down a little bit in class, cuts back to a 1-turn mile off the 2-turn mile on a 16.
Stupendous is stretching out.
Great name. Don't know what to do with this horse. I would imagine Gerardo Corrales is going to be aggressive, though.
Turf to dirt for Red Bee.
I've never seen a Red Bee. I don't want to see a Red Bee. 1 time on the main track, this horse beat just 1 home and got beat 30 lengths.
Bit of a layoff. Here is the number 11, Arnace.
Layoff, stretch out, blinkers come off for the first time since John Hancock claimed this horse. She is a gigantic price and a little bit interesting in here at that number.
Hey, at 40 to 1. And here's your now favorite, Verdandi.
Yeah, I mean, she makes sense, but you want to take a short price on her. She's going to have to seal the deal. She hasn't been able to do it in 8 starts, like we said. She's gone from 3/4 of a mile to a 1.70 miles, around 1 turn at 2 turn at Churchill Fairgrounds, Horseshoe Indy, and Keeneland so far in her career. Cupid looking for his 2nd win on the card.
That's the field for the 5th at Churchill Downs. Let's go back to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, very confusing race here in race number 5 to close out your pick 5s. And if you are alive, you're alive for a big number. Some big payouts here to close it out with a nice little number there in the last race. Let's start with your favorite in here, Lantern's Candy. I get it, 0 for 11. The numbers lay over in here. The issue that this filly has is she runs her races upside down. She leaves so much work to do. She lays so far back. And if you're going to take a favorite or a horse that is the best horse on sheet numbers, the horse is usually best on sheet numbers, and you get fooled by these type of horses because they're wide and they're last, so they'll get a great number. And it's a kind of horse that kind of gives you a little bit of fool's gold. Now, hasn't been in for maiden 15, but has March 5th at Turfway Park at 19 to 1 and ran 4th. But since then on the dirt, couple 2nd place finishes. So I can get where the public's going because this does look like a field. If ever, she can maybe roll by, but also, I don't know if the racetrack is playing towards her, and I think the racetrack is playing towards the outside horse. We've seen a couple Frosteds win. Could we see another Cupid win on this card today? And, you know, Tyler Gaffleone from the outside. This horse looks like she might be the fastest horse, and she might be able to rate from out there. Greg Foley having a nice little meet, small little sample. But when they team up together, Tyler Gaffleone and Greg Foley, they are 21%. Some other runners in here taking money is the 8 Bird Hunter. And I can see where the public's going there. Lightly raced, a daughter of Congrats behind Paris, Kentucky last time, had a little bit of trouble, but has been beaten by 22 and 13 1/4 lengths. And you're looking at a horse at 4 to 1 on the line. It's really hard to endorse anybody in here because you give chances to about 8 or 9. And I think Anthony made a really good point when they were going through the post parade. I'm going to take a shot with the 9 Stupendous. You know, the last 2 times this horse has run, she's broken well, but she's gotten taken back. I don't know if that was by design or not, but Gerardo Corrales, in his other races when she was at Ellis Park and Churchill Downs, when she was under the care of Mark Cassidy, she was kind of a horse that was sent towards the lead, and I think that she can maybe stay in the mix in here. And at 9-1, you don't have to be a monster to win this one.
Couldn't agree more, Paul. Thank you. This is a tricky race coming up here at the 5th at Churchill Downs. Your favorite 2-1 Verdandi to the outside. Greg Foley, Tyler Gaffalione, obviously a powerful team. But she has some questions to answer in this spot, as does everyone in this field.
Yeah. Hardly a race where you could rely on any of these fillies and mares. I mean, I'll tell you what, this filly next to Verdandi, the 11, our niece, she keeps catching. That is way too big a price, Acacia. Way too big a price. I just, she's never stretched out. It's her first start for the barn without the blinkers. She has a pedigree that says she's going to want to stretch out. She gets an aggressive rider in Francisco Arrieta. She's definitely a horse. If you're a superfecta player, my buddy Phil, who's watching, fresh off a jaunt from Sin City, from Las Vegas, a long shot player. I mean, taking a little flyer with her, trying to get a few more bullets to fire at the Breeders' Cup this weekend.
Gotta have some pocket change.
I gotta bet a few bucks on her.
I like it.
I gotta bet a few bucks
35 to
on
1.
her.
Nothing wrong with that.
That's way too big a price.
Yeah. 2-1 right now on your favorite, Lanterns Candy. Bird Hunter, the number 8, I thought was a little bit intriguing. I know she's been well beaten in her last couple, but at least she's run third. Now, it's interesting, coming back to the point of what you were talking about with the pace, is that the horses that do kind of make a little bit of sense and are taking money don't have much speed at all.
None.
Which makes it murky, especially in a race where you don't trust the main players to have the ability to pass horses when it counts.
Correct. Because they haven't. And this isn't a race where it's like, oh, it's a bunch of 2-year-olds and they haven't passed horses. Oh, they haven't had a lot of opportunities. Favorites 0 for 8. I mean, we joke around about how 10 is my cutoff point. Isn't 8 enough? I love the 80 sitcom, but isn't 8 is enough? I mean, how many chances do you need?
That's right.
So, I got to take if you think you have a little bit of a fuzzy in here. I like to use that word, fuzzy.
Yeah.
You got to take a little shot. My fuzzy's on East, the 11.
I like it. 30 to 1 now. You're moving the board.
Yeah.
It's down from 40 to 1.
I'm betting as well. My Naira Bets account, so the $10 I just bet to win on this horse is really gonna, look. And when I say I'm betting a few bucks, I'm literally betting a few bucks on her.
But hey, then you got some skin in the game.
Exactly.
Have
I'm
some
not
fun.
going to go crazy. There were a lot of races today where you felt like there were short prices and there weren't really opportunities to make money. This is one where, and again, you don't know how this board is going to shake out, how strongly they're going to gravitate towards the favorites. I mean, they really did. I was a little surprised by that. I mean, just how much they dumped on some of the favorites in here. It's pretty remarkable.
2-1 on your favorite right now, Lanterns Candy. The other one taking most of the money was to the outside, Verdandi. Let's see who breaks her maiden today. Into the gate for the 5th at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone standing by with the call.
For Low Red Cloud, Lanterns Candy, Arnace, and Verdandi. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lantern's Candy, mid-pack, breaks out alertly. Low Red Cloud is there. Sweet Valeria toward the rail. Here comes Verdandi from the outside post, and she's racing up to grab the lead. So Verdandi's in front. Lantern's Candy running in second. Bird Hunter comes on to be third as they head up the chute and race for the main track. And from that outside post to the rail, it's Verdandi. Crossing over, leading the way. Bird Hunter is stalking second. In between, Lantern's Candy advancing up into third. Sweet Valeria's back into fourth. Arnace comes away fifth. Stupendous losing ground outside while sixth. Yellow Creek Road is on the move in seventh. Start Class reserved at the rail eighth. Nelcock is on the move ninth. Red Bees back into 10th, followed by Dogwoods Becca 11th. 8 lengths back to Low Red Cloud, who's been outrun so far. And that opening quarter in 23-3 to a 47-3 half-mile time. Verdandi rounding the far turn in control. 3 furlongs to hold it. Bird Hunter is second. Lantern's Candy comes on 3 wide. Now second and coming after Verdandi. Sweet Valerie is back into fourth. And then it's Yellow Creek Road and Arnace. They're off the turn. Verdandi turning for home. Lantern's Candy powers up and takes the lead. Lantern's Candy, steady progress to the front. Verdandi is back into second. Sweet Valeria and Bird Hunter, final 16th coming, and Lantern's Candy has kicked away. And she will cruise on home to win it by 3 lengths in the end. Lantern's Candy first, Verdandi second, Sweet Valeria third, and Arnace was fourth.
The favorite to winner, Lantern's Candy, she found her friends today, Anthony.
She did. That's as simply and as truly as you could put it, little A. Found her friends. Hey, if you back-wheeled Arnace in the Superfecta, you got paid. She finished fourth.
Okay, cool. All right.
What a shameless tout plug
Look
that
at
would
you.
be, huh? Had the winner, had the daily double, had the daily double. It's amazing. But this was a hungry bunch. Wow. How about the public getting it right? Bravo,
Even money.
public. Where'd you find this horse at even money? I mean, even money that's stunning.
They knew, right?
I should have made a 5-horse super box. I would have hit it. I'm serious. I would have hit it. I made 4 exacta boxes. I would have hit the exacta. I would have hit the Superfecta if I made a 5-horse super box. Super's going to be good. See, that's the fun thing. And you can go on Naira Bets and you can putz around with dime supers and 50-cent trifectas. You can, and tomorrow and Saturday, unlike Kentucky Derby, they have the dime supers and they have the 50-cent tries, but they have the dime supers. And if you have, especially on Future Stars Friday, I've hit some tries and supers. One of the things I put up at Naira Bets, the Juvenile Phillies Turf. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I put up a play. I think it cost $63 to make a 50-cent tripod wheel. And you say to yourself, well, 50 cents, that's a lot for a tripod wheel. The last 3 triples in the Juvenile Phillies Turf have come back 800 and change, 500 and change, and 300 and change. So based on that play that I put up tomorrow, if we hit it and it mirrors one of those 3 payouts, you'll make at least 4 times your money and up to 12 times your money.
My friend Ed Gray and I used to always like the 10-cent super, the media office at Gulfstream.
It's a lot of fun.
Go for the 10-cent super.
And on
it's fun.
and on the big days and on Breeders' Cup days, you can find some big prices. Coconuts, as I like to call them. You can find the coconuts fall into the numbers, fall from the trees and into the tries and supers. It's great to be able to play with the small base wager.
Number 6, Lantern's Candy, the winner in the 5th at Churchill Downs. And Anthony's pick, Arnace, 4th at 38-1. How about that? When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about some intriguing prospects on the turf. For Graham Motion, he has 4 turf runners in the Breeders' Cup, including 2-year-old Nagarok, who will stretch out in distance in the juvenile turf.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We are at Churchill Downs. We just saw Lanterns Candy get into the winner's circle in race number 5. 3-year-old filly by Unified found the right spot. Second off the claim for Gennaro Garcia. Edgar Morales in the saddle.
Yeah, nice ride, nice victory. Not a great price, but congratulations if you were able to summons up the courage to take even money on a filly who was 0 for 11 in her career. It's just so hard, but again, we talk about never broad stroking anything. This is a great example of that. I mean, these two fillies are combined 0 for 19 going into this. They beat the third horse by 5 lengths and the 4th through 12th horses by 10 lengths.
The two favorites run 1-2 as it's a very formful start to that Derby City 6 there. 4-12 for the winner, Lanterns Candy. Breeders' Cup Future Stars Friday is tomorrow, and it's always an exciting time of year to see what these 2-year-olds have in store for us. Who is going to step forward at the right time? How do they all match up? As we take a look at the schedule for Breeders' Cup Friday with all of those 2-year-old races, just a few years ago, the Breeders' Cup moved it to be Future Stars Friday, with the 2-year-old races really being the spotlight on Friday and the older horses on Saturday. As far as the juvenile turf does go, a very interesting race, and we'll have the opportunity to see Nagarok, who we did see here in New York, come back and win the Futurity impressively in a pretty quick turnaround for Graham Motion, and he's a horse that really does seem to be continuing to take steps forward.
Yeah, was very surprised not to see him in the sprint and to see him stretching out. And I talked to our own Maggie Wolfendale, and she's, kind of the belief that he is built like a turf sprinter. With that said, it was a quick turnaround between the maiden win and the Futurity last time, and now Graham has just about 4 weeks between the Futurity and this Breeders' Cup race. I just don't know how he's going to stretch out. He's drawn post 9. He'll likely be forward in a race that has horses like Curly, Larry, and Mo, Gaslight Dancer from the outside draw, who have some gas early on, and we'll see what kind of trip Manny Franco works out with Najarek. Corrigan Backwards. Apparently, Corrigan Backwards is a story about a guy who was on an airplane, was on the wrong flight. They had to go back. So Corrigan bad. Najarek is Corrigan spelled backwards. Backwards Corrigan, if you would.
Jim Corrigan, the original trainer and co-owner of Nagarok, as he was purchased privately out of his second place debut. We'll see if he can go 3 for 3 with Graham Motion back at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate for the 3rd race, this Indiana bred allowance. Here's Jimmy McNeary with the call.
They are Racing. Horrible beginning for Shiny Shoes. She is last. Hoosier Premium leads them on out, up to the outside. Express Lady showing pace there from second. Then a length and a half for the back. Quite Whimsical away into third position. Little Account is fourth, and slow starting Shiny Shoes is last. Up the backside they go. Just outside the half-mile grounds, about 8 lengths top to bottom. And clearing off the top pair is Hoosier Premium and Express Lady. They're almost on even terms after a quarter, 22 and 3. 2 lengths for the back, Quite Whimsical closing in from third. So a couple lengths back to Little Account, who's getting out on the turn. She's being held in a little bit, though, by Shiny Shoes as they continue to race around the turn with 5/16 to go. And up top, it's still Hoosier Premium. Express Lady at 3 to 5s to the outside, still 4. Back to Quite Whimsical, who's under a heavy drive, and 5 or 6 back to Shiny Shoes. And last is Little Account, top of the home stretch. And here comes Express Lady after Hoosier Premium. These two square off with a furlong to go. Quite Whimsical is loose in charging and finishing with interest. Shiny Shoes, 1/16 to go. Express Lady trying to put away Hoosier Premium, whose game as they come. Quite Whimsical's going to try to tag Express Lady on the line. Express Lady still finding. Express Lady is winning. Express Lady, the great daughter of Unbridled Express, gets it done for Huddleston and Elliott in 1:12 and 3. Express Lady obliges at 3 to 5.
Express Lady at a short price. She was just 1 for 27. Talk about finding your friend. She did just that, though, having to run down a stubborn rail runner. I think it was the 5 inside of her, Hoosier Premium. Yep, and Quite Whimsical, the 3, closing late.
Got a little help as well when the number 4, Shiny Shoes, who I liked, did not get away from the gate too alertly. She only got beat about 8 or 9 lengths, but complexion completely changed right away.
Well, that'll do it for us. Anthony and I saying farewell. Happy Breeders' Cup. I won't see you. Hope you cash all your tickets.
I'm not seeing you tomorrow?
Oh. Aren't you heading over to Mohegan?
I leave tomorrow.
But you're working
we have
first.
work to do first. Are you on early tomorrow?
I'm reporting all day tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I'll be around.
I'll see you. I'll bump into you, and I'll drop some more candy off to you.
I love that. Greg Wolf and Andy Sterling coming up on the desk to take you. Richie Migliori, I'm so sorry. Andy is off already at the Breeders' Cup. Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. Stay with us for a lot more after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it. This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Silver State is a son of Heartspun out of an Empire Maker mare named Supreme. He was bred by Stone Street, was a $450,000 yearling. He's a really good-looking horse. He was a winner of the Grade 1 Met Mile last year at Belmont, defeating Horse of the Year Nick Sco. He reeled off 6 wins in a row, which is almost unheard of in today's horse racing world, but won the Oaklawn Park Handicap. Best win was in the Grade 1 Met Mile at Belmont Park, and he is breeding his first book of mares currently this spring.
It is Silver State at the rail. Mischievous Alex on the outside. It is Silver State who has the lead. Mischievous Alex, by my standards, out in the middle of the track. They're coming down for the finish in the Hillendale Met Mile, and it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row.
When I saw him in the paddock Met Mile day was when he really kind of sold me on his looks, and I'd kind of been, yeah, he's a nice horse. And when I saw him in the paddock, it was like, okay, he'll work. And then when he won, it was like, it really worked. And being by hard spun, the family he has, made it that much more exciting. And the fact he'd been 6 for 6 up to, you know, through there, it was a good idea. And once he got to the farm, he's been very popular.
I had a pretty large wager on him to win the Met Mile because I thought 5 to 1. I mean, I knew Nick Sko was in the race. He's obviously a very good horse, but I just thought Silver State was, it looked like he was on a roller, and it looked like he was going to continue, which he did.
Well, he beat Nick Sko, which everybody knows who Nick Sko is, and that was even that much more exciting, and, you know, another feather in his cap.
The Met Mile has a rich history of making stallions, and we hope that Silver State will continue that trend.
The day we started showing him, he came in here and looked like $1 million, and everybody that came to see him fell in love with him. Well, I don't know what they expected, but once he got in here, I mean, he probably came in and got off the truck and looked as well as any horse we've had come in a long time.
You know, he's such a good-looking horse. He's about 16'3". Everyone that has come to look at him has just loved his physique and physical. He's a gorgeous horse. He's dappled out right now, looks tremendous. He's got a great book of mares that we're excited about, and he's going to have a really big chance of making it as a stallion.
Good to be with you. Continuing live coverage of Churchill Downs and Horseshoe Indy, presented by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliore with you. We'll get back to action here in South Ozone Park on Friday. We'll have a preview of some of those races. We get set for this Aqueduct meet coming up, but good card today as we get set for the late pick 5 next at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, real good card today, and I know everybody's excited about Breeders' Cup, and I'm excited about it as much as I've ever been. I'm really looking forward to seeing Flightline, who I think is just as good a horse as I've ever seen.
One of the being talked about as one of the greats ever. We'll see if he can live up to that. Breeders' Cup Classic Saturday. It's going to be fun. A lot of races, though, with intriguing matchups. Distaff, so much fun with the stablemates. Malathot, Nash, you have Clairiere. Others, too. Society, a long shot player in that race, it seems like, as well. Back at Horseshoe Indy, Express Lady, 8-5 morning line favorite with a victory.
Yeah, gets it done. Good outside draw and reports home as your favorite at 340.
Short price, figured to be, despite a 1 for 27 lifetime record coming in. $3.40 for the win. Rodney Prescott, Michelle Elliott, and Richard Huddleston, your winning connections. Back at Churchill Downs. Here we go. It's a tough late pick 5 sequence begins here. Mile and a 16th. $10,000 condition claiming race. It is for 3-year-olds and up who have never won 3, or they can be 3-year-olds with multiple wins. I was against this favorite that being bet at 2-1 from this outside post.
Tough post. I mean, you know, he's got speed. He's stretching out, but there's some speed signed on in here, and he projects to me to get caught a bit wide into that first turn.
Hey, even despite that, I just think his figures don't match up with some of the others in this race, like the 6 who just left our screen, Hell or High Water. I even thought Barstow very intriguing. Raylu Gutierrez right here for Gennaro Garcia. This horse at 11-1 right now.
I'm shocked that Barstow's 11-1. I kind of am thinking like you. I thought the 6, Hell or High Water, and the 8, Barstow, the 2 I was going to lean on here. Barstow also a horse that likes to get involved early.
Another one, El Franco. He's actually taking money. He was 8-1. He's down to 9-2. The 9 in here, dropping down in class. This horse, though, the 10 is the favorite. Not yet, Charlie. Does drop from condition 20 to 10. His pilot, Tyler Gaffleone, is going to have a busy weekend. Breeders' Cup Friday and Saturday, as you see him get a leg up from Mike Maker. Sharp his attack, I think, really intriguing in that juvenile turf sprint for Doug O'Neill at 15-1.
Yeah, and then listen, Tyler's got, I think, a big shot too in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Good rider, really good rider, and he's hitting at about 44% right now at Churchill at the start of the meet.
You talk about him all the time, how high you were on him, going to that Saratoga meet, showing what he could do against New York's best. Gunite, he'll have the mount on this horse. Quick return, Mig, for Gunite, coming back in just 2 weeks rest, which we don't see a lot in the Breeders' Cup anymore.
No, you don't, but he's got the right conditioner in Steve Asmussen, Hall of Famer, winningest trainer in North American history. Horse is in raging form, and when a horse is good, that's when you run him. The old adage for horsemen for years, run them when they're good and back off them when they're not. Well, he's good right now, and you only have one opportunity a year to run in the Breeders' Cup. I think he's in good form. I like the turn back quick.
It's a race where that first, it's maybe one of the most unfair races of the weekend, because that first turn comes up quick. So short run to the stretch and then a short stretch as well. He draws post 5, so it should be fine. Just a horse who's, you say it all the time, hickory. He shows up every single time. Is his best good enough? We're going to find out. The concern is that 2-week turnaround.
Well, it is a concern, but I don't think there's any cookie cutter recipe to this. I think that every horse is an individual. Some horses thrive on a tougher workload, and I just think Gunite's got so good this year. You know, you're right about the mile distance, so 2-turn mile at Keeneland, that's first turn means everything. What kind of shape you get in the first turn?
Really tough to be drawn outside here.
And also, it could be tough to be drawn inside because there's going to be a crush, and no one's taking any prisoners on Breeders' Cup Day. So if you're not quick enough to get your spot, you're going to get shuffled back.
That's race 5 on the Saturday card. As we get back to Churchill Downs here, post parade coming up for the start of our late pick 5. And we're going to see Ferry Boat first. I thought intriguing speed from the inside. John Court, we know how crafty he is. Can certainly take advantage of it.
And John likes to let horses free run. Is making the first start off the claim from Tom Amos. Tough guy to improve off of.
Deceiver, 23-1, big price, 2 for 22 lifetime.
Yeah, and coming off of races on synthetic, feels like this horse would have to improve.
9-1, Smokey Lee comes off a win. It was on synthetic, though, at Presque Isle.
Yeah, you see this influx of horses from Presque Isle Downs in Pennsylvania going to Churchill, getting back to dirt.
One of the biggest figures on thoroughgraphs of anybody in this field. He ran in his last start on dirt at Horseshoe Indy, Overthought.
Yeah, and against much tougher. Sometimes I wonder, those horses kind of get dragged along with the better horses, and that's why they get a better figure?
Up for discussion. Interesting point. Sometimes, perhaps. Kid You Not went by. Hell or High Water, major player, 3-1.
Major player. This is going to be my top selection. This horse is consistent. He shows up, and he's tactical.
This would be a tough one to find here. 35-1, Chasing Charlie.
Yeah, it just feels like he'd have to find a race that we haven't seen on any of his recent form.
We were both surprised by this price on Barstow. It's come down a little, 9-1 right now.
Yeah, I think Barstow is a player here, and that's way too big a price for him. Gets Raylu Gutierrez, who's been riding well all year, really shipping around a lot, but making the most of his opportunities.
Yeah, improving 3-year-old late in the year. El Franco dropped down in class for the 9 at 5-1.
Yeah, the drop could be what this horse needed to find his best.
And not yet, Charlie, still your favorite, 2-1, Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffleone.
Stretches out, drops, tough post. If this was a 1-turn mile, you wouldn't mind that 10 post at all. You would elevate him.
Yeah.
I downgrade him because of the post.
2 minutes to post. Race kicks off this late pick 5. Paul LaDuca, your thoughts on the favorite and the rest of this group?
Well, I think they got – I don't think they got the favoritism right. I think the 6 should be the favorite in this race just because of the consistency, Hell or High Water. You know, this is a horse that does have a win out of the 2 wins here at Churchill Downs. The last race that this horse ran was a good second-place finish, and it seems like you see the same movie. You sort of know what you're getting. You're getting right in that 70 buyer land. If you're a thoroughgraph player, right in that 9, 10, 11 range, and that's basically what's going to win this race somewhere in that area. Now, when you get to the outside horse, the 10 from Michael Maker, Tyler Gaffleone, is this horse getting bet because of connections? Of all the horses that were parading, he seemed like he was worked up the most, and he had the most sweat, most kidney sweat, and around the neck as well. But that can be okay. Mig always talks about, listen, you want to get that engine going a little bit. And, you know, he's a horse that has trouble out of the gate. If you look at a lot of his starts, since Michael Maker has claimed the horse is broken sort of flat-footed, where before he's kind of shown speed. My worry about the 10 is the only time he's ever been around 2 turns was on the turf, and he did show speed, but he sort of just backed up. And this quick of a drop, maybe they're just trying to go for the W. I get it. Some of the other horses in here, Barstow, the 8, I see where you're going there, Wolfie. I think a horse that could be tactical, could be somewhat right there. And I also think El Franco, if you look at El Franco's best races are here at Churchill Downs for Rafael Bejarano and Mike Norris, the 9 in here. So there's plenty of different chances in here, but I have to stick with the consistency of Hell or High Water. But I will say this. You were talking about the 4 Overthought. I thought that he made the best appearance out of all of them, Greg. And, you know, if he can get back to that race 2 starts back, I think he's kind of a bit of a player here for Jimmy Graham, who's been riding well.
Paulie, I like it. Yeah, I mean, that last race, put a line through it. That was on grass. We're not even worried about it. This is only in first ever try on the turf. That figure he earned, and, you know, you brought up a point. Maybe he just ran against better horses and earned it. He ran a number that, if you believe in those figures, he has that in him to run it, and that's going to be a winning effort here, if he can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I always wonder about that, because you see horses running tougher races, right, and they get a buyer figure or a figure that they, you know, really didn't get before, and I just wonder if sometimes they get caught up kind of with the herd, with the pack, even though they're not quite good enough, and they actually outrun themselves a little bit.
He's getting bet. He is half his morning line. Talking about the 4 here, 12-1 morning line, 6-1 now. He is a bit of, it's sort of that one-number horse, though, too. Yeah, it's that one race where he's produced that figure. We haven't seen it before. We'll see if he can do it again here going forward. His next start, he didn't get the opportunity because he was on the grass. Pace-wise, Mig, certainly the 5 wants to be forward. He's coming out of a 5.5 furlong sprint, too. It's just when he's gotten the lead, he's gone so slow. And Ferryboat, with John Court being on the fence, just thought he had to go.
Well, and the thing you know about John Court, too, John Court is a guy that will allow a horse to use their speed. He's not looking to rate, and post 1 kind of almost dictates that you allow your horse to run forward. I just wonder, though, maybe the 5 coming out of that 5.5 furlong sprint, they went 22 flat. He was 3 lengths off the lead chasing. If that doesn't sharpen him up a bit. You see, I think this is the problem for your favorite on the far outside. The 1 could have speed. The 5 could have speed. The 8 can have speed. Where does he fit in this equation?
He has held steady as the 2-1 favorite. Not yet Charlie, dropping from 20 to 10. For Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffleone. Again, start of this late pick 5. Good luck to everyone involved. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
Waiting for Kid You Not and Not Yet Charlie. They're in the gate. And they're off. Overthought bounces out near the front. Kid You Not is there. Barstow sent on for speed. Kid You Not and Barstow, those 2 quickest into the opening turn. And Kid You Not steps out. Kid You Not, the leader by a length and a half already. Barstow backs off to track the pace from second. Not Yet Charlie comes away third. Overthought heads to the inside to track the pace down inside fourth, about 5 lengths off the lead. Heller High Water keyed up and tugging up at the rider, advancing in between 2B fifth, El Franco 6th, 3 lengths back. Ferryboat in 7th, Chasin' Charlie is 8th. Smoky Lee's in 9th, and Deceiver is 10th and last. There's 5 furlongs to go. And that opening quarter for long shot Kid You Not was just 23 and 4/5 seconds. The pace is slow to develop, and it is Kid You Not heading for the half-mile pole. Barstow a tracking second, and Not Yet Charlie On the far outside, 3 wide, wild third. Heller High Water given more rain fourth. Overthought inside fifth, only 4 lengths off the lead. El Franco's within 5 lengths of the lead and starting to move up now. The rest with work to do. They round the far turn. Barstow grabs the lead, heading for the quarter pole. Barstow's in front. Kid You Not has to re-rally second. Not Yet Charlie is there. El Franco pops outside fourth and is coming with a run as they head for the final furlong. Not Yet Charlie grabs the lead, but El Franco's finishing fast. These two, 1-2, 1 furlong to go. Not Yet Charlie digs in. El Franco's desperately trying to get by. Not Yet Charlie keeps on grinding away and scores by 2. Not Yet Charlie was first. El Franco was second. It's tight for third there. Overthought Door Kid You Not.
Not Yet Charlie dropping class, and he was up to the task here. Third win from 12 starts.
Well, the money was right. The public was all over it. And
actually went off second choice late. Switched.
Oh, it flip-flopped there. But, I mean, he took all the money steadily, and he was able to overcome the post. Nice ride by Tyler Gaffalione. Got his position going forward. Was only caught 3 wide into the first turn. And for all that I make about outside posts and dirt races around 2 turns, the 10 won and the 9 was second. El Franco, so it kind of blows my theory out of the water.
Now post 10, far outside, there's Not Yet Charlie. Broke out a little bit too, and you always talk about that being a concern from that outside post. Didn't appear to be a problem here in the late stages of this race. He was just best today.
You know what you like, though, when you watch a rider leave the gate with a certain plan, intention. Tyler Gaffalione knew that he had to get his position going forward. He rode him away from the gate to get into the first turn in good shape, not caught too wide. And the drop in class for Mike Maker proved to be the key here, and he held off El Franco, who came to him with a full head of steam at the head of the stretch under Rafael Bejarano. But Not Yet Charlie said, no, not yet, El Franco. It's my turn.
Holds that one off. For the victory is a slight second choice at 5-2 among his Breeders' Cup mounts. We showed you that graphic earlier for Tyler. The filly Wonder Wheel, winner of that Alcibiades, who apparently is working very sharp leading up to Friday.
Yeah, and listen, Tyler's already proven that he can perform and be successful on the national stage.
You're going to hear from Tyler after a timeout. Fans enjoying the action on this Thursday afternoon under the Twin Spires. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Pick 5 underway with Not Yet Charlie at 5-2. Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets. Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Good to have you with us. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. We're underway. Late pick 5, Churchill Downs. Not yet, Charlie. You and I did not believe. The public did, and he wins at 5-2. Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffleone, Chasing Dreams Stable. $7.22 for the win. 10-9-4 finish. Let's go to Poladuca.
With winning rider here, Tyler Gaffleone aboard. Not yet, Charlie here. And what's the ride for a pretty party festival group here? They're pretty excited.
I know, it's a great group of people. They come out every time to support their horses. They make it a lot of fun out here.
Yeah, it is really cool to see that happen. I mean, and this is a horse that, you know, on paper, really didn't know who was going to get the lead, but you got him to settle down the backstretch and really kicked home nicely.
No, he got into a great rhythm. He broke well, put himself in a good spot. Like I said, he got into a good rhythm down the backside, and I kind of let him out a little bit around the turn. He took control and did the rest.
Well, I guess you know there's some big races coming up in the next couple of days. Let's start with Wonder Wheel. I know you're excited. A little birdie told me that you're excited. Obviously, the Alcibiades winner. How's she coming into the race time?
She's coming in great. She came out of our last race great. Had a nice work over the track, nice and relaxed. Mark knows what he's doing. Leave it up to them, and I'm sure she'll be ready to fire a big one.
Okay, let's go to Saturday. Gun Night. Obviously, gosh, he is a tough customer.
He is. He's as honest as they come. He's just one of those old school, hard-knocking horses. Just keeps coming at you.
Do you like where you're at? Where do you think you're going to sit in that race?
You know, definitely be fourthly placed. I'll talk to Steve, see what he wants to do, but we won't get a little ahead of ourselves. We'll let the race come to us.
Okay, and then obviously the classic. You're on Hot Rod. Charlie, you have to love the draw that Life is Good is inside, so maybe he can sting Flightline for you. Do you feel did you want to sit? Where do you want to sit in the race?
I love the way the post draw came up. Ira's going to have to make a decision early, so it could be beneficial for us. Those two setting up a nice pace and us just coming to pick it up at the right time.
What's the feeling? Because the whole world is saying Flightline is going to win this race. What is the people in the jocks room and all the jockeys saying?
As long as you know what you got underneath you, you're feeling pretty good.
Well, good luck on tomorrow, the rest of today, and on Saturday as well. Tyler Gaffleone.
We hear Tyler say that. How difficult is that, though, Mig, when you know you're going up against a horse who is a monster like this? Do you have to believe in yourself, or is there a little bit of doubt in the back of your mind?
I think you're conscious of the fact that it's a daunting task to beat Flightline, right? But I know for myself, I would always figure out 100 different ways I could win. I could ride 100-to-1 shot in the Kentucky Derby in a 20-horse field, and by the time I got to the gate, I had figured out so many different scenarios of how I'm going to get this done. Now, obviously, it's not going to happen most of the time, but I would be depressed for a week when it didn't. So you really do have to have that belief, because I do think horses feed on positive energy, and you've got to give a horse every opportunity to give their best.
Hot Rod Charlie, we know this is a horse that is at some point going to engage and loves to be part of a dogfight. If Life is Good maybe softens up Flightline a little bit, could be very interesting in the stretch for him.
Listen, if Flightline is Muhammad Ali, floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee, the greatest, right? I would say Hot Rod Charlie is Ernie Shavers. Don't give him a chance to catch you with a good shot, because he'll fight you for it.
Puncher's chance.
And he's coming into this in good form.
Yeah, he is. Horseshoe Indy, one of the best, fastest races actually he's ever run, when he outdueled the Derby winner Rich Strike in that Lucas Classic. This race, mile on the turf, 20,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 lifetime. This is the favorite, Tis of Thee, a new gelding for our buddy Tom Amos, who of course has Curly Jack in the juvenile. Iroquois winner, and another race where everyone's going up seemingly against a monster in Cave Rock.
Yeah, listen, Cave Rock has been super impressive. I have some questions about some of Cave Rock's, morning trials, but certainly everything he's done in the afternoon has been good. Boy, you want to talk about a smooth mover. Curly Jack floats over the ground, doesn't he?
20-to-1 morning line. And coming off the biggest performance of his career, not numbers-wise, but in terms of what he accomplished. Grade 3 win in the Iroquois. First Derby points race on the schedule. And obviously punched his ticket to the Breeders' Cup, so we wish Tom the best. His man Edgar Morales will be in the irons. Cave Rock's going to be a short price.
And he's been very impressive. His work two back I had some questions about, although he did pick up the tempo in his next work and looked much more enthusiastic about it.
Well, Tom, again, with the 8-5 favorite here. That is the 9, Tis of Thee. Been off since March, Fairgrounds. First try on the turf, he was a winner. Struggled next out, and from that performance, it's a big drop down in class. Here's the 4th, Horseshoe Indy. Jimmy McNerney the call.
It's the Indiana bred to the outside from the Green Hill Barn. Completes a load. They are at the post. And they are racing. Bear Force with an alert beginning. Also jumping well, there's Contractor Bill. From between horses, Mr. Cunningham is next, and Tis of Thee ranges up hard held to the outside. These 4 go on with it as they race by us for the first time, and they head into the opening turn. With the lead and the fence is Bear Force. Contractor Bill in the middle, and up to the outside, Tis of Thee is a 3-wide third. To the inside, Contractor Bill saving every yard from 4th. Couple lengths for the back to Go Nuts. Then Big Paper is right alongside of that one. Deep on the course as they head up the backside is Sergeant Barger, and Assiduously will have to pass them all off the pace today. The quarter 23-2. Up the backside they go, just outside 4.5 furlongs to travel. Bear Force and Rodney Prescott out to set the pace. Mr. Cunningham to the outside there in second. Contractor Bill still hugging the fence from third. Tis of Thee still parked out wide from the backfield. Go Nuts is moving away. There goes Sergeant Barger up to join the front ranks as well as they took the half 47-4. Room at the fence now for Contractor Bill as Bear Force has came off the fence. Deep on the course, there goes Tis of Thee. He struck the front, but he's been parked wide every step of the way. Top of the home stretch. Here comes Tis of Thee, the son of American Pharoah at 4-5, roaring off the turn. Big Paper has angled out to the center of the track, and he's finishing with momentum. Many chances here with a furlong to go. Here comes Assiduously, opening up, has put Tis of Thee to bed with a 16th to go. Assiduously last to first to win. Assiduously is going to win, going away by about 4 in the end. Up for second was Biz Paper. Tis of Thee was third. Then it was either Go Nuts or Contractor Bill in 139-2. Assiduously.
Saw this horse this summer 3 times at Saratoga, getting a little easier competition here, and he dominates this group.
Yeah, the easiest company that he's kept in a while. Last time in Indiana, he showed probably too much speed, and he reverted back to his preferred style, came closing, and really finished. I mean, he put quick separation on this field.
Prices for you when we come back. We're going to step aside for a timeout. Will he go down as one of the all-time greats? We will know after Saturday's performance from Superstar Flightline. That matchup everyone's wanted to see all year long. It is coming to fruition on Saturday with Life is Good. Whitney winner and last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner going head-to-head.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance to ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do. There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up.
Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play all the action at Naira Bets. Get signed up, NairaBets.com, just in time for the Breeders' Cup this weekend. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Back at Horseshoe Indy assiduously, finding different gear than everybody else in this field down the stretch. Abel Escano for Eduardo Caramori and Coda Toga Racing.
Yeah, finished the deal rather nicely here. Now he's 2 for 22 lifetime. I think he caught the right group. Big Paper ran on to get second. Tiz of Thee, your favorite, kind of hung out wide pretty much all the way, and rightfully tired a bit to be beaten for second, but assiduously was much the best.
Breeders' Cup Classic in the showdown is finally coming together. We've heard so much talk about it, but a lot has changed since the beginning of the year. We thought, we want to see Life is Good. We want to see Flightline go head-to-head. Well, here we are, but Flightline has just become otherworldly in his performances, most notably that Pacific Classic. Fastest figure assigned to any horse in almost 2 decades in this Pacific Classic.
I mean, it was just an exhibition. He just opened up at will. He rated comfortably. He was, a half a length off the lead at one point, but was just waiting on Flavien Prat. What do you want to do? Opened his hands, and he said, okay, it's time to go. And, man, he just left them reeling. Now, all right, he wasn't facing the deepest Pacific Classic field that we've ever seen.
Still some pretty good horses behind him.
Some pretty good horses behind him.
Not the best of
the best. But the way he did it, the consummate ease, and watching him train, he just trains with so much enthusiasm and always feels like there's more there when the rider wants it. He just keeps finding the horse that has the look of a distance horse. He's long, he's tall, he's got that scopy ranginess to him, but he's also fast enough to outsprint your sprinters. That's a formidable combination.
Superstar horse, West Point Thoroughbreds, part owners of Flightline, and it's going to be a big Saturday, obviously, for everyone involved with that West Point group. We wish them the best. They had a huge victory this summer, Saratoga, as they continue to collect wins at the highest level, and now they have a chance to win a Classic.
Yeah, I mean, Terry Finley had a vision. He's seen that vision come to fruition. And one thing that I love about it, it brings people together. It's a shared experience. They enjoy the event together. Obviously, we all want to win, but they have a good time in the pursuit of that. And this is what I'm talking about looking at him. He doesn't look like a sprinter. He doesn't look like a horse that should be capable of going 21:44, and yet he is. And now he's already proven that he can get 1.25 miles. And just look at the throngs of people that come out to see him. I love that. That's what we used to get when, you'd had Secretariat and Seattle Slew and Forgo, horse like this, Ruffian. They would bring people out just to get a glimpse of them.
Meanwhile, Life is Good. He has done very little wrong. In fact, he's only lost twice. In one of those defeats, he actually probably gained in stature when he came off the bench and battled Jackie's Warrior tooth and nail on that Alan Jerkins. The concern, long campaign for him. He got beat at 1.25 miles his only try. And more concerning, he went backwards in this figure-wise, in this Woodward win on the sloppy racetrack.
Well, let's be fair to him. He won, and that's first of all. Second of all, it was on an off racetrack, his first experience with a sloppy track. And I also think that he went so slow early that he actually went to sleep. I just think he let down so much, and then Irad was like, whoa, buddy, we still got work to do. And then he had to rouse him, and he went on. I had read someplace someone thought he wasn't training with enthusiasm. I don't see that. I'm seeing a horse that just attacks his training. He goes out there every day with purpose. Amelia Green does some job with this horse because he is not easy. You could see he's coiled up. He wants to do more. And she's got such nice hands. She's able to kind of get to that point where she's got him without fighting him too much, where he'll flip his head up. And you can see he gallops with draw reins. It helps her keep horse head down. But you've got to be a good rider, very good hands to be able to gallop a horse that effectively, particularly with draw reins. Not an easy thing to do. Listen, he's fast. You always got to respect a horse with his record. I'm sure that the connections of Flightline are happy that he was drawn inside of them. Kind of, you know, he's going to go to the lead. Yeah. And then they're going to get to follow. It'll be interesting to see if Irad Ortiz, you know, is trying some tactics and he's going to try to keep him wide or float him out. You know, again, it's horse racing. We want to see the best horse win.
That's it. It's got to weigh on you, too. I mean, as we think, he's going to be the one out in front. And we know Irad, yeah, he does things like this. Mm-hmm. But you got to, and you said you did it during your riding careers. We're back at Churchill Downs. You do anything you could if you're out in front to try and disrupt who's behind you.
Within the boundaries of the rules. That's your job. I have no problem with that. But, you know, don't get lost in trying to race ride just one horse so much that it costs that horse the race and costs yourself your best chance.
Churchill Downs pick 4 coming up. It's a $50,000 maiden claiming sprint at 6 furlongs, and that board tells you how wide open this great race is. This is surprise. Sacred Ground, the 6, is favored right now at 7-2. This horse debuted on turf for Robertino Diodoro. He was in a tougher maiden special weight at Keeneland. He did not show a lot in that race. Broke out. Maybe the blinkers correct that. I didn't expect to see him the favorite, though.
I'm a bit surprised by it, too. But I was surprised that the other horse that won the last race had taken all that money, and then all he did was Not Yet Charlie, you know, win easily.
Here's rider change. Jack Gilligan on Sergeant Counselor, who drops in for a tag for the first time.
I thought this horse was very interesting. He's dropping down in class. William Walden, son of Elliott Walden's got off to a terrific start as a trainer, and this horse should be involved early.
FTW Slam, first-time starter for Wesley Hawley.
First-time starter out of first foal out of a mare that was a 5-time winner, but not taking any money.
Frogtown took money first time out against Better. It's a drop in class for Brad Cox.
And worked out a decent trip from the inside. That they didn't break very sharp, broke okay, and kind of ran on even. Another 16th of a mile to work with.
Constitution Day debuts. Trainer Mark Cassie has Adam Beschizza riding.
Yeah, another horse just not taking a tremendous amount of money here, obviously. First foal out of an unraced mare.
Here's a player. This horse debuted in a maiden special at Churchill. Drops down for 50.
Yeah, drops down and ran incredibly first time. Even a little bit of improvement puts him in the frame.
Sacred Ground, here is the 7-2 favorite. Blinkers on.
Yeah, adds blinkers, but feels like that money's coming in for that first race, which was a turf race. This is on dirt.
Winchell Thoroughbreds, Steve Asmussen, Double Strike debuts.
Yeah, this is a half to Majestic Eagle, who was a stakes winner on turf. This horse was purchased for $200,000 as a yearling, and now shows up here for $50,000.
Great name coming up here. Louisianimal for Greg Foley. Start number 2, blinkers on, showed very little first out.
Yeah, it didn't break particularly well. Adds blinkers, will have to improve.
Rider change next row on the 9. It's going to be Jimmy Graham on Northern Runner, another first-time starter. This horse 61-1.
Yeah, again, we try to let the board help us with firsters, just not showing any money on the board. Usually makes you believe they didn't show a lot in their morning trials.
Nicky's the favorite. There's some pedigree here. The dam actually produced a 10-time winner who was a multiple graded stakes winner, although that was on synthetic. Nikki Sandcastle.
Yeah, but she, in all, she's produced 5 winners, so she does produce winners, and you've got to like that in the pedigree, but again, not taking any money.
Street Swag, Brendan Walsh, New Gelding, start number 2. He took money against a straight maiden group in his debut.
Yeah, returns as a gelding and getting an aggressive warm-up here. We're getting reported that he was acting up a bit.
Yeah, Mike Maker, Luis Saez, creative strategy, showed speed against a better straight maiden group, Keeneland, in his debut.
And a tough distance to debut at 7 furlongs. Now he gets the outside and he turns back 1/8 of a mile, so that should play well into his hands, but he got to avoid getting caught too wide.
2 minutes to post. Pick 4 starts in the 7th from Churchill. Let's check in with Paula Duca.
Yeah, you guys were right. The 11 here, Street Swag, coming right on onto the racetrack, was just a bit hesitant, reared up a tiny bit and dropped Johnny V. He lost his goggles, sort of was giggling a little bit. And then Brendan Walsh had to grab the shank too as well, and a couple people had to settle the 11 down. Now, when Johnny got sort of put back together and back on the horse just took off aggressively and got, like Mig was saying, a real aggressive warm-up. So don't know what to take for it, but it looked like the horse was fine after rearing up, and you can understand why the horse has been gelded since then. So I don't know what you want to make of it, but the outside horse Creative Strategy is another horse in here, like you said, who showed speed, now draws a 12 hole against better at Keeneland last time out. Where does that land? It's Michael Maker and it's Luis Saez. It's kind of what we saw in the last race. It was Michael Maker and Tyler Gaffleon, a similar type of horse. What do we take from a horse from the outside? But this horse is getting bet. I will say this, though. The horse that I like in here is the 6, Sacred Ground. And the reason why is the money's coming in because of the horse that he lost to last time. He lost to Extra Anejo, a horse for Steve Asmussen that could be any kind. Now, Freezing Point, who was dead last in that race and actually 11 lengths behind the 6, Sacred Ground last time out, came back to win here today by about 7 lengths. So I think the public is starting to think that that's going to be a monstrous and a key race. And I'm going to kind of stick with it. Sacred Ground looked good. The blinkers are going on. And I think this horse is going to be forwardly placed coming out of a live race, guys.
All right, we'll see if that holds up, Paulie. Thanks. So that's the reason all this money on Sacred Ground, Extra Anejo. Even though Sacred Ground did not do a lot of running in that race, had a poor break, maybe the blinkers correct that. And as you get a look at the horse who has now become the favorite, that was the 11, the 12 horse dumping the rider now. Luis Saez off of Creative Strategy.
It looked like he was quickly apprehended by the outrider there. And these are young horses. Some then will catch their attention, or they get excited about something and they react. And think about how jockeys ride horses. It's not the way someone would go for a trail ride, right, where the legs are around the horse. Your legs are up high, short stirrups, makes you more aerodynamic, makes it easier for the horse to carry your weight, but you also don't have as secure a seat.
Post time coming up. Steve Asmussen, Winchell Thoroughbreds. They have had quite a year, quite a career together. They're going to have a first-time starter coming up in the 7th here. So look at Asmussen's lineup for Friday and Saturday. Private Creed's very interesting in that juvenile turf sprint. 12-1 morning line. Wicked Halo, just like Gunite. 2-week turnaround. And, of course, one of the big stars in the program, Jackie's Warrior, 4-5. It looks like the lone speed in the sprint as well.
I want to see Joel Rosario just let him rock and roll. I think his natural stride is just faster than everybody else, and I think he'd be better served to really flaunt his speed. He's always ridden him where he's saving horse. He's going to bring a horse back for another race. Look how easily he wins most of his races. This is his last start. What are you going to save it for?
And I asked Andy this question yesterday. He's been brilliant. Set a record, first horse ever to win Grade 1s, 2, 3, and 4 Saratoga. That might be enough anyway. Do you feel he has to win this race to be in the Hall of Fame?
That's a good question. Off the top of my head, I would say no, just because of the statistic you just stated. The fact that he won only horse in the history of Saratoga. And you think about all the great horses that have competed at Saratoga well over 100 years. He's done something that puts him in the history book. So I would say no off the top of my head, but I don't fully understand the criteria for why certain horses or certain people get in and certain horses and certain people don't.
He's been remarkable. It's an incredible career. I know all the connections. Sad to see it coming to an end. Unfinished business for him in the Breeders' Cup after what happened last year. We'll see if he can stand tall. And I'm with you. Joel Rosario, he's the quickest horse in there. It's not even close. Let him do his thing on the front end.
And he's coming out of a 7-furlong race, albeit off a layoff, but the way his training picked up tempo, his penultimate work being that serious 58 and change, I'd let him bounce.
And I'd love the fact, look, he got beat last year in this race. We know that. I love that after another campaign where he's done so much, and every race is big figure, gave him time before this Breeders' Cup.
Stayed up in Saratoga training into the fall. I like horses. I think it's good for horses to be up there when the weather starts to turn a bit cooler mornings, cooler evenings. And we've seen Steve Asmussen with Scott Blasi, his key assistant with the Breeders' Cup horses. do this in the past, where they trained up in Saratoga for about another month after the meet before they moved them. I just think horses really do well there.
It's going to be one of the shortest price favorites on the card. Jackie, Flightline, Cave Rock, probably the three that are going to take the most money on the program as we get set for this pick 4 coming up. 50 maiden claiming sprint, and it's still Sacred Ground. Robertino Diodoro in for a claiming tag, like many others are in here, and several, a few others have showed better ability against maiden special. But as Paulie talked about, Extra Anejo so impressive earlier. Probably the big reason why this horse right now is favored. Travis Stone, the call, race 7 from Churchill Downs.
Still waiting for a creative strategy. Goes in. There in the gate. And they're off. And Street Swag broke sharply from the outside. Tom Spirit is showing speed. So too Creative Strategy. Sacred Ground not far behind in 4th. Onto the main track they go. And Creative Strategy streaking to the lead. Creative Strategy takes over 5 furlongs out. Tom Spirit is 2nd. Street Swag is back into 3rd. Sacred Ground is 4th. Sergeant Counselor down inside 5th. Constitution Day 6th. FTW Slam is 7th. Frogtown is 8th. Double Strike in 9th. Losing Animals back in 10th by 4. Northern Runner is 11th near the back, and the trailer is Nicky's the favorite as they round the far turn. Creative Strategy rattles off a quarter in 21 and 4, leads by 2, heading for the quarter pole. Street Swag is picking it up from 2nd, and Sacred Ground is sweeping up 3 wide 3rd. Frogtown's on the scene 4th and outside. They're off the turn. Street Swag strikes to stretch in front by 2. Now by 3, Street Swag opening up. Frogtown coming down the center. Sacred Ground is there. Constitution Day in tight. FTW Slam, but they're inside the final 16th, and Street Swag is gone. Street Swag finishing full of run. Under the wire, the 7-length winner. Frogtown was 2nd, Constitution Day was 3rd, and Sacred Ground checks in 4th.
Wow, that was dominant from Street Swag. Wins by a mile in this spot, 1:11.2, final time. 2nd time out, dropping class, and did this one get claimed?
Well, that's what, if you're the Connections right now, you're holding your breath, because the way he drew off in the stretch, he certainly looked like he's worth more than the $50,000 he was up for sale. Johnny Velasquez always had him in good position, broke very sharp, hustled him up, gave him a breather. And when he asked him, he was all air. Street Swag returning as a gelding, still acted up a bit on the way to the track and in the post parade, but did everything right in the race.
Actually, Public got it right, too. He went off as the favorite in the end at 3-1. 11-3, 4-6. It was a long way back to your 2nd place finisher as Street Swag wins for fun here. Son of Street Sense. John Velasquez aboard for the victory, and just dominant here.
Nice performance. You're going to see him late. He kind of gets out there all by himself, and he's going to jump back to his left lead. Right there, Johnny tapped him with a trap, and he said, hey, man, I'm running. What else you want from me?
1:11.2 final time for the 6 furlongs. Major improvement. Start number 2. For Street Swag is the 3-1 favorite. Oh, the price is for you. When we come back, we'll look ahead to tomorrow as well as we get back to action here in New York at the Aqueduct meet. Grade 3, turn back the alarm. First to act, Shug McGahee going up against W.W. Fitzy, the Wind Machine, who's a 12-time winner in her career.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, FS2. Thanks for being with us on our Thursday afternoon coverage from Churchill Downs and Horseshoe Indy. John Velasquez on Street Swag. How good a feeling is that to be on one like this when you're just dominant like that down the stretch?
Yeah, it's a good feeling. You get a smile on your face coming to the 16th pole.
$8.72 for the win with a drop in class. Easy victory. Let's go to Paul.
I'm with winning jockey here, Johnny Velasquez. And, well, Street Swag giving you a little trouble before the race, and then he took off like a rocket after he dropped you, Johnny.
I did. He got me dropping on my saddle, no, man. He just kept going down and up, down, and up. And I didn't have enough, mane on my hands. And every time he went down and tried to get the mane, he'd back up again. I lost the mane. And then the next turn, boom, I was back. I was off.
It was all business, though, as soon as he got out of the gate. No, I mean, he won nicely.
No, as soon as I told him here, I'm going to get on myself. I'm going to take him away from the pony. And he was really good. I took him away from the pony. I gave him a really warm up. He got back on the back stretch, and I went back to the pony. He didn't do anything, though. He behaved like he was a good horse, behaved good on the gate, come out of that running, and after that was pretty easy.
He's got a little bit of attitude. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, you got him out in the ninth. I'm not going to try to pronounce the name for Brandon Wallace. Ran okay for you first time. What'd you learn from him last time?
Well, he did tell me try to put it in the game, and I think she was sent too far back in California, and actually she got into a really good rhythm. He got a little bit aggressive because I kind of asked her to break out of there. She got a little bit aggressive, but then we let him go. She run. She just happened to bet horses will beat her last time. I think if she can come back to that race, she'll be really tough.
Okay, as like I've been telling everybody else, there's some big races that are going on here in a little bit, about 70 miles away. Let's get to the big filly How's she doing, Malathaat?
Well, Malathaat, I heard she's doing really well. She worked really well last time. I went to the barn, to see her and then talk to them. She went really well, so we were very happy with her. So that's what I want to hear.
Are you worried? Where are you going to sit, or are you just going to let the break play, Johnny?
No, I don't have much speed anyway, and I got post position inside. I always kind of get it out of there. It's running a little bit because otherwise she'll be too far back. So I'm going to do the same thing, kind of get out of there, run for a first extent of a mile to see where she lands, and then I put my hands down, let it take me where she's comfortable. And her normal thing is you kind of have to remind her that she got to stay in position. After that, if she runs the same way like she ran last time in Keeneland, it was impressive. She can go back to that rate. She'll be really tough.
Well, she is a fighter, and so is Johnny V. He's got one more mount here today, and obviously we're going to see him on Championship Friday and Saturday.
Paulie, thanks. Set for Horseshoe Indy.
Racing. Sudden shift with an alert beginning, Royal Icing, Flashing Speed, and Bella's Prayer will go with them as well as they hit in the opening turn. Mr. Springtime on the stretch out away in the 4th position. Me and Chili is 5th and about 4.5 off the pace and still 5 or 6. Back to Fashion Nugget at the back of the pack. They round that opening turn just outside 6 furlongs to travel, and the State Breds turn up the backside chasing Bella's Prayer. Bella's Prayer took them through the first 2 furlongs, 24.77 seconds a time. It's Bella's Prayer well off the rail, shows the way. Long shot, Royal Icing to the inside from second. In the clear, Sudden Shift is third. The favorite, Me and Chili, is next just to the inside of Mr. Springtime, who's on the move, and still 4 or 5 back to Fashion Nugget. As they head up the backside, approaching the half-mile stage, and it is Royal Icing and Bella's Prayer, almost on even terms after a half, 48-2. Sudden Shift to the outside, moves into clear from third. Me and Chili, all dressed up with nowhere to go. Me and Chili at 2 to 5 is full of run, but he has absolutely nowhere to run as Mr. Springtime's back into 5th, still 2 back to Fashion Nugget. Rounding the turn with 1/4 to go, and there's a narrow passage at the rail, and Me and Chili and Deshaun Parker take advantage, and here they come, scraping the paint, 3/4, 113-1. Mr. Chili slips up the fence with a furlong to go, driving on a 2.5 length lead. Sudden Shift is bearing down to the outside, shifting off heels there was Bella's Prayer, 1:16 to go. Me and Chili is still there. Sudden Shift is still chasing, and Me and Chili at 2 to 5 on the class drop gets it done. Gathered up in the end, won by about 1.5 lengths. Sudden Shift was second, then it was Bella's Prayer third, and from last, Fashion Nugget.
Yeah, coming out of a stakes race, Me and Chili, big class drop here, and gets the win and taking the shortest way around here.
Yeah, he was just sitting comfortably in the pocket to Sean Parker, and when he got room, asked her to kick on through there. She did it nicely. That's Deshaun Parker's 6,059 career victories now.
There's a lot of W's.
Over 6,000 wins. Last
incredible.
Year's Mike Venezia and George Wolf Award winner, a guy that's just consistent, shows up, does it every day.
Me and Chili, the win. While those prices coming up for you. Back to action at Aqueduct South Ozone Park beginning tomorrow. And turn back the alarm, grade 3 on opening day in the Aqueduct meet. Saturday, we have the Atlantic Beach, Stewart Manor. And then the grade 3 Nashua and Tempted on Sunday. As for that turn back the alarm, the grade 3, first to act, had to deal with Nest in the Beldame last time out. And before that, ran a very good one, just missed in a stake at Saratoga this summer.
He's not going to have to deal with Nest this time, who's going to be one of your choices.
Probably the favorite in the distaff.
Yeah, I got to think she probably is, right? She's coming in raging form. But first to act is trained by Shug McGahee, a Hall of Famer whose horses get better with racing, get better with age. She's been in good form. There's a lot to like here about first to act.
Javier Castellano will get the call. 4 seconds in 6 starts. But obviously you look at Nest last time out, we can forgive that. And she ran a huge effort prior to that too. She may have been taking a little backward step because it was such a big effort. Battle Bling, Coach, they were 1-2 in the Twix in the slop at Laurel last time out. Coach, this was the first race for her, and it was back on October 1st. Since February 12th, looks like she has a lot of room to move forward off this.
Yeah, you got to think that she's going to improve with that effort under her belt. Also, it was a sloppy racetrack. Battle Bling has shown improved speed her last couple of starts. She's always been, to me, a little bit of a one-pace kind of a filly that, just kind of keeps grinding. So showing more speed has made it a little easier for her. But Coach rallied from well back under tough conditions and ran well, and with the race under her belt should take a step forward.
Well, no one in this field likes to win more than WW Fitzy. She's actually moving to a new barn. Tom Morley taking over the training duties of this 6-year-old mare who's a 12-time winner from 33 starts. This was September 1st, Saratoga, winning at the demanding mile and an 8 distance there.
Listen, she's going to give you a hard time. She wants to win. She's a 12-time winner from 33 starts with 5 seconds, 5/3. She shows up. She brings her lunch pail. She goes to work. And if you stub your toe, she's going to make you pay for it. Jay Provenzano, Flying P Stable, has horses with Robertino Diodoro, has horses with Tom Morley, a few other trainers. Bruce Levine, so he moves his filly into Tom Morley's barn. And sometimes a horse, just new surroundings, right? She's a 6-year-old mare. Breaking the routine, something a little different. Sometimes they really respond positively to it. Just like people, they get a little bit into a rut. This is certainly something maybe even perk her up a little bit, wake her up.
She hasn't had many ruts in her career. She's been pretty consistent, pretty good. That is race 9 on the card tomorrow. Again, as we get back to action here in South Ozone Park. Grade 3 turned back the arm, the feature on the opening day Friday card. Back at Horseshoe Indy. Me and Chili. Deshaun Parker, trained by George Leonard, owned by Ed Wright and company. 3rd career win for this 3-year-old.
Yeah, 3-year-old Indiana bred out of Lantana Mob. Me and Chili. You're talking about me and Joe Chili, my man there. 280, 210, 210.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk more distaff when we return. Is her best behind her? Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath for the coach, Dwayne Lucas. She was very good early on in the year. Nest has taken a big step forward. Can Secret Oath bounce back for the legendary Dwayne?
At Gainesway. How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
The Factor, a top 10 General Active sire in 2020. His progeny include Grade 1 winner Sistron, Grade 1 winner Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Factor This, and Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia. With dozens of 6-digit yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, a leader of his generation, standing at Lane's End.
After the Breeders' Cup, the sports focus will turn to Fasig-Tipton for the world's premier breeding stock event. Over 60 graded stakes winners or producers catalog, 30 of which are Grade 1. Offering champions, Breeders' Cup winners, a Royal Ascot star, and 3 Kentucky Oaks winners, plus 180 selected weanlings, all in one spectacular session. The November sale, Sunday, November 6th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Championship weekend. Going to be some late nights for handicappers all around the world this evening, getting in those final tabulations on who they like for the weekend. The Distaff, one of the most intriguing races there is all championship weekend long. The stablemates, Malathaat Nest. Clairiere has been right there with Malathaat, better than her on a couple occasions. That last race, I think you put a line through for her. Search Results Society, they're interesting as well. But Nest just moved to a different level, I guess starting really with the Belmont when she faced the boys, but when we saw her at Saratoga, she became a different filly.
Yeah, I just think it's apparent that she just continually improved. And the fact that Todd Pletcher was quoted after the Belmont Stakes as saying that she came out of it better, that she actually improved after running 1.5 miles against boys, where a lot of horses, a lot of colts would regress and need time. She flourished, and that speaks to her physical constitution. The Breeders' Cup will be her 8th start this year. Only one horse has started more, and that's Secret Oath this year. And Nest, I think, has just taken her game to another level, has just continually improved, Greg.
7 for 10 lifetime. And, Todd Pletcher talked about all along, the further she goes, the better she's going to be. And it really played out that way. And she's just become this dominant. Obviously, she's wrapped up Division Honor. She's just been special against her own. But she showed against older horses in the Beldame, equally as good. And now, as a result of this second half of the year, Malathot is sensational, her stablemate. And she's going to be favored over her.
It's going to be interesting. And what I find interesting, too, is that Malathot and Nest have trained together, too. Kind of interesting. They're going to square off in the big dance, but they've trained together, basically like sparring partners, if you will. Malathot, I waited forever for them to put blinkers on. And then the first start with the blinkers, I was somewhat disappointed. But then it was reported that she was dull, maybe didn't handle the heat that well that day, and responded to her next two starts the way I thought she would with blinkers. Gets a really good draw, inside position. Johnny's going to be able to save all the ground in the first turn. I think it's an interesting chess match. And listen, there are other contenders in here. This is a deep field besides the 2 Todd Pletcher trainees. But they're both seemingly coming into this in very, very good form.
This, just in terms of sheer depth and talent, maybe the deepest that we have in terms of stars, too, in the entire Breeders' Cup weekend. Secret Oath, Kentucky Oaks winner. She's going to need to kind of refine some of that form from early in the spring when she became the Kentucky Oaks winner and was better than Nest on this occasion.
Yeah, and Secret Oath is the most raced horse in this field. This will be her 9th start this year. Listen, she was very good in the winter at Oaklawn. She was obviously outstanding in the spring in Kentucky. And Malathot went from the Kentucky Oaks where she won to the Coaching Club American Oaks where she got beat. Secret Oath made a little detour in between the Kentucky Oaks and the Coaching Club American Oaks to take on the boys in the Preakness. And I just wonder if maybe she had gone a little bit over the top. Where Ness is continuing to improve, it just seemed like Secret Oath maybe has kind of leveled off. Now listen, Wayne Lucas is dangerous under any circumstance, but it just feels like Secret Oath has gone regressed a little bit while Nest has gone forward.
She's going to be a huge price in the distaff if you like her. I mean, you talk to a lot of people, very sharp handicappers about this race. They'll mention Malathot, Clairiere. Obviously, search results, not a lot separated with her and Malathot in a couple of battles.
Sure.
Nest, even Society, one being talked about that can maybe surprise. Secret Oath would be a surprise in this race.
I agree. She would be a surprise. Just feels like her form has kind of gone a little bit the wrong way. I also think, listen, search results and Malathot have been very close on several occasions. I also think Malathot is a mare that kind of does just what's necessary. So I don't know that the margins of victory
I agree with you.
Tell the full story.
8th at Churchill is coming up. It's a $40,000 claiming race, 7/8 of a mile. And Loma Vista, Mike Maker, second off the claim, the 5 with Tyler Gaffleone, current favorite. The 11 at that same price as well, Stanley Market, who has, for the most part, been facing better company, too. We'll make an equipment change here. Blinkers off, second off a short layoff as we get our call to post coming up. And when we kick off our post parade, we'll see Waters of Muram to lead things off. Here's Paco Lopez, rider change.
Turning back in distance off a mile and a 16th race. This is a horse that has sprinted well in the past, so that distance race certainly gives this horse some more foundation.
Next door, Mohey Lady 4. We were talking about D. Wayne Lucas. He'll send out this 3-year-old filly by Mohayman.
Yeah, well, fairly well beaten last time for 30, moves up to 40. Just feels like this is a tougher group.
She's cold as ice. Mike Puich, first off the claim, was a winner last start as a favorite.
Yeah, went wire to wire last time under Julian Leperoux. Should be forward again as Julian retains him out.
Foreigner fans all over that one. Anna Gangsta Rider change, Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, comes off a nice win at Delaware Park, going to 2-turn mile turns back in distance.
Like the appearance. On paper, a little tough to make, perhaps. Loma Vista, here's the favorite.
Yeah, a horse that's been running in Southern California is coming off of a little bit of a freshening. Feels like she's definitely a player, and the money's showing.
Ring Me Darling. Edgar Morales at 9-1.
Yeah, has races that are good enough, and her best races have been at Churchill Downs, although the last couple, gosh, they leave a lot to be desired.
Zing, biggest price on the board here, 23-1.
Yeah, it was claimed for 30, moves up off a poor effort, adds blinkers for Bernie Flint.
Maybe the pace of the race can't be touched is quick, 6-1.
She's fast. Let her use her speed. I think that's her way she's most effective, and the way she can win is if she gets loose.
Distorted Secrets, we'll see next. Florent Giroux at 19-1.
Yeah, chased the pace last time for 50. Slight drop in class. Still feels like she'd have to improve. She was well beaten by Can't Be Touched last time.
And Stanley Market outside. Randy Morse and John Court. Blinkers coming off.
Well, this is another one that could be a pace player here. You could easily see the 9 Can't Be Touched, the 11 Stanley Market kind of hooking up and maybe softening each other up a bit.
Paulie, Loma Vista coming in from the West Coast at Del Mar here for Mike Maker, the current favorite at 3-1.
When you see these horses come in from the West Coast, they usually add more speed to the party in here. And I think Miggy hit the nail on the head. I think a couple of the horses in here are going to go towards the front end. I would think Loma Vista, definitely a type of horse that wants to go towards the front end. The 6 for Steve Manley, I think also. Even the 11 horse on the outside is the kind of horse with Johnny Court. He usually has one way to go. So I actually do think there is going to be some pace in this race. And also, who do you want to go to? Because it seems like you haven't been able to really launch from way far back. You know, the 9 horse in here Can't Be Touched, I'm a tiny bit against, because I just don't know if she can completely get the lead without being hounded by Stanley Market on the outside in here. You know, I just think that I think she'll stay on top of her when it comes to it all. Now, I like the 4 Anna Gangsta a little bit. You know, 15-1 you're getting on a filly that has won 2 times in a row. She can pass horses. Those were both around 2 turns. Her other race here was her 3rd career start at Churchill Downs. At the claiming 50, she was behind Ring Me Darling, but that was only her 3rd career start. She's obviously gotten better. Lindsey Schultz already got a winner on the card. I'm taking a little flyer here with Anna Gangsta at 15-1, Wolfie.
And yeah, I pointed out, I like the way she looked and was warming up. She probably looked the best of the bunch warm-ups wise. From tough to tell, obviously, from the views we get. But another positive for a big price.
Yeah, and you know, listen, Paul made a compelling case. The fact that there does appear to be plenty of speed signed on here. So who's going to sit the trip? Who's going to be able to come from off the pace and finish? And she's shown that ability. And a big price, too.
Meanwhile, another notch down with the 5 Loma Vista here coming in from Del Mar, 5-2. So solid favorite for Mike Maker. It's, you know, with the 6 out, that took out some of the other primary speed in here. And that makes life even easier for the 9, doesn't it?
Yeah, I just wonder what Stanley Market does, because Stanley Market can be fast. They do take the blinkers off, though. So does that speak of intention to get this filly to settle just a little bit more? That's kind of an interesting point right there.
And we'll find out John Court decisions to make, because Stanley Market, the last 4 starts, has gone long, but has been on the lead. But this horse, legit sprinter speed as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Very quick. And again, listen, John Court is normally a guy that doesn't take anything away that comes easy to a horse. He allows them to use their stride. Now, I said that earlier, and the horse kind of broke a bit poorly from the inside and showed no speed, a horse that we both, I think, expected to show speed earlier in the card.
So 5-2 favorite. 5 horse for Maker, Loma Vista. I believe on our screen that, yeah, that with that star on the back, that's Anna Gangsta. And we had the piece on Lindsey Schultz, and she obliged with a win on cue. Happens a lot on this program.
Seems like an angle.
It really is. Well, it's a fun story. Lindsey Schultz doing a tremendous job early on in her training career. That'd be 4th career win for this 3-year-old filly by Flatter, who's put together 2 in a row, getting back to dirt.
I like when a horse starts to form that winning habit too. You know, they start learning where the wire is. She's won 2 races, consecutive races, both by a neck. Comes out of Delaware Park, her last start, where you've got to be fit. That's a very demanding track, Delaware Park. So the turn back, it should just kind of intensify her late turn of foot, her late kick. And you're getting a big price. I've seen 12-to-1 shots that were much worse bets than this one.
Look, it is a hike up in class, but she's going the right way, no question. 12-to-1 right now, right at her morning line. And, you know, another one that was interesting, and just in terms of the figure they ran last time out, Waters of Marat on the 1. But another one, that was for 12,000 claiming, so that's a big step up.
She's just been kind of all over the map. Claimed for 50 way back, claimed for 25, claimed for 12.5, now in for 40. She's just kind of a little bit confusing to decipher her form.
Travis Stone the call, 8th from Churchill, going 7/8 of a mile here for 40 claiming.
In will be Stanley Market. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Can't Be Touched broke like a rocket. In front by 2 in the first few jumps as they race up the chute. Can't Be Touched in front heading over. Distorted Secrets comes on to grab 2nd. And here's Ring Me Darling up to be 3rd. She's Cold as Ice is 4th. Loma Vista's in between horses while 5th. Waters of Maryam is down toward the inside in 6th. Stanley Market is 7th, but up close, only 4 lengths off the lead. 3 more back from there to Anna Gangsta. 5 back to Mo Hey Lady. And the trailer is Zing through an opening quarter in a sharp 22 4. Can't Be Touched hits the far turn in front by half a length. Distorted Secrets ratcheting up the pressure, and 3 wide Ring Me Darling comes on as well. And now those 2 go on with it as Can't Be Touched drops back into 3rd and is losing ground. So round the far turn, down inside, it's Distorted Secrets. Right alongside is Ring Me Darling, head-to-head off the turn. In behind, She's Cold as Ice comes on. Loma Vista's there. Farther out, it's Waters of Maryam. They're down to the final furlong. Ring Me Darling comes away with a 2-length lead. She's Cold as Ice runs up into 2nd. Zing from last is flying down the center. Time is running out, though. It's Ring Me Darling by 4, and it will be Ring Me Darling. Ring Me Darling holds on to do it. She's Cold as Ice held 2nd. Zing rallied for 3rd, and Waters of Maryam was 4th.
Ring Me Darling, 4 of her 5 career wins have come here at Churchill Downs. Edgar Morales, Gennaro Garcia team up.
And her best races have been at Churchill Downs. Just go back to the last time spotted at Churchill, going 7 furlongs, today's distance. She got an 82 buyer figure. She drew off impressively that day. Her last couple races threw me off the trail because they just were so poor. They were against better, but she was so well beaten. And she went back to her best form today.
3 just able to get 2nd there, 9-1 on your winner, Ring Me Darling. Probably the feel-good story of the Breeders' Cup. We'll see if Cody's Wish can deliver for young Cody Dorman from Richmond, Kentucky, born with a rare genetic disorder. This is his horse. We'll be back.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honorary P is full out now, 2nd on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Good to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon on eve of the Breeders' Cup. It's brought to you in part by Run Happy. Champion sprinter, never lost in his career while sprinting, including a Breeders' Cup sprint win in record time. Now standing at legendary stall number 1, Claiborne Farm. Winner at Churchill Downs, the 8th, Ring Me Darling at 9-1 here on the drop-in class.
Yeah, getting back to her favorite surface, now 4 for 8 at Churchill Downs. Had to go back 3 starts to find that good race, but she found it again today. Was always in good position and gets it done. Feels like you want to be a little bit removed from the rail today in Churchill Downs, doesn't it? Doesn't seem like horses on the inside are having the best of it.
See how far Edgar Morales was off the fence, and even that late closer there. 7, 3, 8, 16-1 on Zing, helping that trifecta come back $340 for 50-cent trifecta play. And the 8th in the books. Breeders' Cup, Dirt Mile, and a horse who has really come on. Obviously, one of the biggest upsets we saw all year, maybe one of the biggest upsets in the history of Saratoga. Cody's Wish beating Jackie's Warrior. It was a 1-9 favorite. This is the group that's going to line up. The Breeders' Cup, Dirt Mile, race 5 on the Saturday card. Cody's Wish, 112 buyer speed figure in that victory.
They ran big. He got pace, or enough pace to run at, but they went 7/8 and 20 and 4/5. So I think there's a tendency when a horse gets beat at a short price like Jackie's Warriors to look for excuses for that horse. Maybe Cody's Wish just ran better that day.
It seems like it. I mean, in terms of figure, Jackie's Warrior ran the same kind of number he usually does. This horse just ran lights out. And as a result of that, he's going to be 5-2 in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Of course, the story with Cody's Wish, named after young Cody Dorman from Richmond, Kentucky, who was born with a rare genetic disorder. He's gone through about 40 to 50 surgeries, reunited again with his friend Cody's Wish. He met the horse at the Keeneland Make-A-Wish Day, fall of 2018. Cody's Wish came up to him, put his head in his lap, and young Cody was a fan ever since.
This is fantastic. What a great story, and the fact that he and his family have gotten to be along for the ride with this horse, and the horse has become so accomplished. And you know, no truer statement. There's something about the outside of a horse that's good for the inside of a person. Well, there it is right there. And you know, a lot of these colts too, they can be tough, they can be fresh, and the fact that he seems so gentle around Cody, it's like horses have this inert ability to understand and know and have, you know, just, it's really touching. I mean, I love this picture. This is fantastic.
So this was just the other day, tweeted out by Godolphin Cody, and Cody's Wish reunited. And again, you see him coming right up to Cody. They just have a special bond and putting his head in his lap.
Yeah, trainer Bill Mott has Cody's Wish in his hands there and saying hi to the real Cody. And I just love how gentle and curious Cody's Wish seems to be, because these horses can be a little bit on the tough side, and it's touching to me to see that kind of connection and that kind of bond. And really a wonderful thing that Godolphin did, naming this horse in this young man's honor who has been through so much and has gone through so much adversity. And I just hope they have a wonderful Breeders' Cup weekend.
He is a hero, that young man. All he has had to go through, born with Wolf-Hirschhorn syndrome, and again, gone through about 40 to 50 surgeries. The bravery of that young man to go through that.
Yeah, I mean,
inspiring.
Honestly, you know, the bravery, the resiliency, and then, you know, for his family too, because it's such a helpless feeling when you can't make it better in that moment for your child, as you well know now, right?
Yeah, and you know, that horse wins. Maybe the one horse on that program no one's going to be upset about if you're another connection in that race.
To see in that picture, I mean, you know, we're not supposed to root because we're supposed to be fair and objective. I'm sorry, I'm rooting for Cody's Wish. Yeah.
Back to Horseshoe Indy, 6th race. It is a mile on the turf. It is a maiden special weight, and 9-5 on Royal Blush in here. Brian Lynch trainee. Declan Cannon will ride a Kitten's Joy filly who just missed off about a 6-month layoff last start at this track by less than a length.
Yeah, it seems like she kind of put everything together off the layoff. Being by Kitten's Joy, you think she'd be most effective for lurking from just off the pace. She closed with some interest first time out at Gulfstream, going 7.5, then showed too much speed at Gulfstream. Last time got some pace, settled better, and finished with energy.
But she's got a real challenger here, doesn't she, in the 4, Macadamia?
Yeah, I'm trained by Paulo Lobos, having a tremendous year, and just a horseman I have so much respect for. And, yeah, just got to watch, make sure Macadamia doesn't act nuts.
I'm giving you no credit for that one. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Get signed up, start it, NairaBets.com. Free $25 play and $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you go to NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget, and obviously everyone keyed in on Breeders' Cup, as you should be. But opportunities sometimes abound on those big days when we're back in action here at Aqueduct, because all eyes will be elsewhere.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Breeders' Cup's going to garner the most attention. Don't let some opportunities and some prices get by you. That's why you got to have Naira Bets.
9-5 favorite, Royal Blush. Lenny Be Lucky, the 9. A little interesting, too. That horse going to show speed out of here. Was behind Royal Blush last time out. Third off the layoff for her. We are set. Let's go to Jimmy McNerney.
One out, just waiting on Blessing the Flag. Blessing the Flag moves up and in. Blessing the Flag's locked up. They are at the post. They are racing. Macadamia with an alert beginning. Country Jewel is flashing speed, and from between horses, Twisted Garter. Then it's Ramadan, who came away racing into 4th position under the line for the first time. Blessing the Flag to the outside of Lenny Be Lucky there, 5th and 6th. Royal Blush in hand is 3rd last. The 2 back markers get Storm Away in My Sweetness. Into the opening turn, just about 8 or 9 lengths from top to bottom, where Twisted Garter and Country Jewel show the way, towing along, racing in 3rd, Macadamia. Then down along the inside, Royal Blush is 4th. Ramadan is 5th. Up to the outside, Blessing the Flag is 6th and about 7 off the pace. Then it's Lenny Be Lucky. Deep on the course is My Sweetness. And hard held to the inside, Get Storm Away is last of them all, the quarter 24 and 2. Up the backside, they continue to go. Still chasing long shot, at least 99-1, Twisted Garter. To the inside, Country Jewel is next. Macadamia set to strike with that early move from 3rd. Then it's Ramadan, who now moves to closer 4th. Blessing the Flag within striking range in about the 2 path, closing in from 5th as Twisted Garter has thrown out the parachute midpoint through the turn. There goes Macadamia, cut loose by J-Rom. Macadamia shows the way, as quickly opened up 2.5 lengths as they arrive to the top of the stretch, 3/4 115. Macadamia well off the rail will whip him in. Country Jewel up to the inside. Royal Blush has found her feet as they have a furlong to go, and Macadamia spurting clear here. Macadamia in the final 16th is in front by 5. Royal Blush is going to hold second. Late on the scene, My Sweetness, Lenny Be Lucky up the inside, Country Jewel, but Macadamia, she was a wrapped up winner. She won by about a half a dozen. Royal Blush was next in a 3-way picture involving Country Jewel, Ramadan, and My Sweetness for the Miners.
Give it to me. You got another one here?
You like macadamia nuts? I do.
They're the best. They're
expensive, though.
They really are, actually. Had them for the first in Hawaii. They're all over the place.
Oh, you went right to the source.
Macadamia, Paulo Lobo, a tremendous trainer. He does such a good job. And this 3-year-old filly, 8th career start, breaks her maiden.
She looked like a winner every step of the way. She was just dragging the rider along, and when he asked her to run, it was over. I'm a big Paulo Lobo fan. Had the opportunity to ride for him in California, and just a top-class horseman.
Sending out Ivar, Breeders' Cup Mile. He's run some big ones in the mile, but has not yet cashed in. We'll be able to on Saturday. We're going to preview stakes action from Aqueduct this weekend when we return, including the Stewart Manor and Moon Age Daydream in action. We'll be back.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on our Thursday coverage. Churchill Downs Horseshoe Indy. Of course, Friday back to action in South Ozone Park. Our program brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play all the races. Go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. Weekend card in South Ozone Park includes the Stewart Manor, 6 furlongs, outer turf for 2-year-old fillies, and Redefined near miss last time out in the Grade 3 Matron against American Apple, who's going on to the Breeders' Cup tomorrow.
Yeah, and they were real good. You know, listen, don't look back at all, had to wait for room, but, you know, in turf racing, usually that just kind of intensifies your turn of foot. You know, she had to wait and sift out to the clear, and it appears to me that Redefined just had a better turn of foot than her. She got out and she kind of came in a grinding way where Redefined really finished. Redefined gets Jose Lascano, who's been riding in tremendous form, and should get first run again.
She'll be favored in this race. Meanwhile, the Rail Moon Age Daydream, she comes off a maiden win for Jorge Abreu, and Raylo Gutierrez gets the call.
Yeah, I see a lot of riders kind of shipping in, and so she kind of had to steady there a little bit, right? She kind of backed out. But she never left the bridle, and that's something that you like to see from a 2-year-old colt or filly, because it just shows that they have tenacity, right? That they have the ability to overcome some adversity, and certainly finished well enough here when she got in the clear and she kind of kicked into gear on the Flavien Prat. I think there's a lot to like from this race. Again, showing the ability to quicken after having a steady. Seems like horses get away with that a little easier on the turf, Craig.
It's a nice turn of foot down the stretch for the win. And she'll get winners for the first time. Oh, it's going to be a tough task against the likes of Redefined. But these 2-year-olds can improve rapidly by leaps and bounds, start to start. So she's an interesting one. And opportunity for Raylo Gutierrez, too.
Yeah, we've seen Raylu's had has tack bag will travel, right? He's been all over the place. His agent, Jose Santos, not at bashful of putting him on planes, but he's had to put together a good year and racked up a lot of frequent flyer miles.
Boys going to get their chance. 2-year-olds sprinting 6 furlongs on the grass later on in the card in the Atlantic. Actually, sorry, earlier on in the card in the Atlantic Beach, race 4. And no Nay Hudson, if this runner was able to get into the Breeders' Cup, I thought would have been dangerous. In this race, going to be a pretty heavy favorite, it would appear, although Inflation Nation will take money for Clement as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small field, but, I mean, there's some nice horses in here, horses with a lot of potential, too. Vacation Dance kind of changed style up a little bit, right? Came from off the pace, very sharp pace in Saratoga, and showed more speed second time out. And
behind Najarok, who's going to stretch out in the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah,
for Grand Motion.
Quality group. Najarok is a quality horse as well. I wonder now you get Kendrick Carmouche back aboard, Vacation Dance, who broke his maiden. Does he revert a little bit more to that rating kind of tact and finish? Listen, I think there's a horse near B of Courage who's coming back on a quick turnaround that's shown a lot of ability in his 2 starts and took a big step forward from first start to second. Again, they're 2-year-olds. They're changing constantly.
Got a big number in that win. It was at Aqueduct, start number 2 for John Pregman. Ruben Silvera gets the call there. He's going to be a price.
Yeah.
He's 8-1 morning line. So that is coming up. Couple of stakes on that Saturday card. As we get back to Churchill Downs, this is big. Back to turf racing under the Twin Spires. Mile and a 16th on the lawn here in this 9th. First allowance condition here coming up, and with more on what's going to happen, we're going to see this turf course here. Let's go to Paul Duca. Paulie.
Yeah, Greg, it's a good sight to see. We're back turf racing here at Churchill Downs. Obviously, there were some issues with the rooting system with the Bermuda grass that went all the way through. Actually, till today, to be honest with you, it finally rained a little bit. We've been dry here in Louisville, Kentucky for the past month or so. It has been really, really a dry period. And they finally got some rain on Sunday and Halloween night. And the grass looks great. Now, they're labeling the turf right now as in good, not fast. Now, some of the jockeys have already worked over it. As Mig would know, I would think the guys went back into the jock room and gave the go to the brass and saying, hey, the turf course is good to go. The rails are out. Now, when they did run the Arlington Million Day with that one day, completely different course, but it was towards front end speed. And I'm wondering how that's going to play with the rails out, turf course back aboard now. And I'm wondering if it's going to be really hard to come from way out of it, at least early in these turf races, and see what happens.
It's a tough read here just because we've not seen a lot of races on this turf course. They've had issues with it, but good to see it back. And right now, the favorite, Fuente Ovahuna, Brennan Walsh, which has been a lot of stakes races coming off that layoff at Keeneland, ran very good in an A other than at a big price that day.
Yeah, and we heard Johnny West was talking about it. She got a little bit keen. Now, Johnny has experience with her. I always feel like with especially older riders and accomplished riders like Johnny, who has a good opinion about horses, they ride them better the second time. They just figure things out. They have a little more knowledge of a horse's habits and how they are to handle.
Post parade coming up. We're going to see L of the Ball first, coming in from a stakes race at Canterbury. That was back on June 22nd. Been off since that time for trainer Joe Sharp, and he gets Luis Saez to ride.
Yeah, more of a closing type. Will get to save some ground from the inside. Has to work out a trip.
5-2 is your favorite. And here's L of the Ball, who we were just talking about, 3-year-old filly for Joe Sharp, who did break her maiden on this turf course at Churchill back in May.
Yeah, and a horse that can be tactical. She can put herself in a good spot. I think she's definitely a player.
Another major player here next door, Fastest Flight for Brian Lynch.
I'm sorry, that's who I was talking about, Fastest Flight. This is the major player. I jumped ahead. My apologies. I think she's tactical, puts herself in a good spot.
Rocks Princess turf debut. The dam was 0 for 6 on the grass.
Yeah, just not seeing a whole lot of turf pedigree to hang my hat on here.
Taurus, second off a long layoff for Mark Cassie.
Yeah, nice run to Jimmy Durante as a 2-year-old. Has that race under her belt where she showed speed. Could take a step forward.
Duplicitous, 12-1 with Corey Lannery.
Yeah, another one, though. Races aren't that far off of some of the better ones here at a decent price.
Pedigree here for Dame Jovial. This is the first time on the turf. Dam produced Ete Indiana, who won the Fountain of Youth, but also won the turf debut.
Yeah, so the mare has produced a turf runner. She has worked on synthetic. Now, that's not turf, but sometimes it gives you a little insight into how they handle turf.
Paulo Lobo with Quaria Brava.
Yeah, listen, Paulo Lobo's hot. Horses are running well. Trainer I respect.
And just saw him win at Horseshoe Indy. Fuente Ovahuna, Johnny V for Brennan Walsh.
Johnny V, second time on a horse that I think can certainly take a step forward off of that second start off the layoff.
Joyful Plus actually has run decent on this turf course back in May and comes off a win. It was at Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, I mean, she's got one clunker, and that was at Kentucky Downs, and her first start at Laurel, but you can forgive both of those.
Queen Judith, probably going to be very far back. She showed a big turn of foot, though, late to get third going a mile at Keeneland.
Well, maybe it's good that she doesn't have any speed from that outside draw. She'll get to drop out and tuck in someplace.
Let's show you this race at Keeneland. She was dead last for most of the running of this race, and Florence Giroux had to try and find a way through. Winds up only losing by about 1.25 lengths here.
That's a jockey's lot in life, right? You're on a horse that was outrun. Now you got to make decisions. Do I wait and try to pick my way through traffic? Do I make the corner and then come out? Am I going to run out of time? You got to play the hand dealt you. Obviously, Ferrant waited and finished with really good energy, but she really found her best foot the last 16th of a mile.
3-1 right now, also eligible to draws into the race. That's the favorite, though, right now with John Velasquez. Let's go to Paulie for more.
Yeah, I thought Queen Judith ran phenomenal in her last start at Keeneland. And that's usually the death hole when you're outside. The 9, 10, 11, or 12 in route races at Keeneland are just really tough to win from. So to make up that much ground, I think this filly ran unbelievable last time out, but she kind of does that to herself. Now, where's she going to land in this race? On a racetrack, we really don't know if you can come from that far off the pace. The 9, Fuente Ovejuna, was in the same race as the other horse in here, Fastest Flight, and was beaten by Candylight. It was the first time in the Brendan Walsh barn. I talked to Johnny V, and I said, Johnny V, are you here to ride the horse that you won by about 8 lengths with, Street Swag, or this horse? And he said, I'm here to ride this horse today. He just got on Street Swag. But the 9 obviously has got a big chance with Johnny V aboard. I think he'll have this horse a little bit more forwardly placed. But I like the 2 guys, Fastest Flight. This horse got trapped down at the rail. I thought Adam Beschizza made kind of a bit of an error in that race. He could have got to the front end. He decided to rate and got himself kind of locked up. I think he can send and get to the front end here. And if you can get to the front end, this horse has got some staying power. If you look, after winning first time out or running first time out at 5.5 furlongs, they went to a mile at Kentucky Down. So I don't think distance is an issue with the 2 at here at all, Fastest Flight. So I'm hoping Adam Beschizza can establish an early lead in here. I know the horse is undefeated on the turf, but it's never had a lone lead on the turf, and it looks like it's there for the taking.
Helped out, too. I mean, if that is the game plan with a 2, Mig, with the scratch at 261, probably the primary other speed, that's certainly going to benefit the 2.
Yeah, and look, I mean, she went gate to wire at Gulfstream, albeit that was on the dirt, off the turf race, so that would have been synthetic actually. But she showed good speed that day, and if she has the ability to stay in a race that doesn't seem to have a tremendous amount of speed signed on, and particularly with the turf course, that obviously we're assuming that the grass will have more knit to it because it's had more time to really take root, but you still want to be able to kind of hold a horse together, keep them balanced, keep the bit up in their mouth, and help them so they find their best foot.
Well, here we go. Good to see them just back carting a turf race again, and they're going to take it slow with limited turf racing early on here. But it's good to see turf action back under the Twin Spires. 5-2 favorite. It's going to be interesting to watch the trip that Florence Giroux gets with Queen Judith, because that was fun to watch her last time. She showed she can certainly turn it on late. How far back is she going to be?
But kind of a victim of circumstance last time too, where she was post 11 of 12. Now today she's with the scratch. She's 10 of 10, still drawn wide. So again, he's going to have to make decisions and try to overcome the draw.
Drop over, take back, drop over.
Yeah, and if there's no pace on at all, and let's say a horse like the 2, Fastest Flight, gets loose, and now they're going slow, you're basically stuck behind a phalanx of horses.
Despite that, and seems to be up against it from a pace standpoint in this race, she's the 5-2 favorite right now.
I think everybody was impressed with that late turn of foot that she showed last time. That was eye-catching.
And she's going to get a little more ground today, too.
A little more ground, but less pace as well. Last time there was real pace on in that race, 22-4, 46-1. I mean, if you had to project how fast they're going to go early here, what do you think, 48 and change? 49 even, maybe.
Certainly not going to be as quick as last time.
No.
Tough to say it since we haven't seen much turf racing here.
But, well, this is true, right? The condition of the course could play a factor in how fast or slow they go early.
And does that make her job even tougher, too? Rails out 24 feet?
Has to, especially on a closer. I mean,
5-2.
Again, as a rider from that post, you got to try to save ground into the first turn if you can somehow. And if you can't, then you've got to make a decision about saving ground on the second turn. It's just too hard to be wide on 2 turns in a 2-turn race. Then you've got to deal with traffic. You know, what we're going to deal with when I jump on the Belt Parkway to head back over towards Belmont.
You have the mind of a jockey when you drive home, don't you?
I do. and unfortunately, I do race ride. I'll keep a guy in a spot.
You box people in. This is going to be the only turf race we see until next Thursday, race 3, by the way. So 2-1 favorite, Queen Judith. For Mark Casse, Florent Giroux, that price getting even lower, despite all the issues we talked about that she's going to have to try and overcome in here. Way too short.
It feels like to me, and she's going to have to work out a trip. Now, there's a decent run to the first turn, but decisions will have to be made.
Meanwhile, Fastest Flight, Paul talked about, is she going to be forward? I thought she was very interesting regardless what kind of trip she gets in here. And I mentioned that Flyer, Dame Jovial, Run Happy we don't think of really as a turf sire. It's only 6% turf routers, but you know, he's thrown a few that can run on the grass. Happy Soul, quick sprinter for Wesley Ward. Mr. Sippy showed ability sprinting on the turf, and the horse named Grand Avenue Girl won a couple of times routing on the grass. But this Dam, too, I mean, Ete Indian was a good one. We'll see if she can take to the turf at a big number, 29-1. It's the biggest price on the board. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call. Turf racing at Churchill Downs here in the 9th.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Even beginning, Dame Jovial is there. Tourist Duplicitous not far behind. Quaria Brava, Joyful Applause on the far outside. Tries to tuck in, but it's a pretty tight pack bias the first time. Tourist to go head-to-head with Quaria Brava and takes a narrow lead into that first turn, so Tourist is the leader. Quaria Brava runs in second. Dame Jovial comes away third. Duplicitous in fourth. A few awkward strides there for Dame Jovial. Rider having to fight her just a bit. Joyful Applause racing up on the outside quickly. Up to be third. Duplicitous is racing fourth. Dame Jovial is fifth. Fastest Flight in sixth. And then it's Fuente Uvahuna on the outside running along in seventh. L of the Ball's back in 8th. Queen Judas is 9th early. And Rock's Princess is the trailer in 10th. Down the back stretch run. Turris is the leader midway down the back stretch. Quaria Brava's prompting from second. Joyful Applause is perched out there. 3 wide while third. There's 4 furlongs remaining. Fastest Flight is tucked away fourth and only 2 lengths off to lead. Duplicitous is right there fifth. Also 2 lengths back. Dame Jovial is in 6th. Fuente Uvahuna moving up 3 wide 7th. Queen Judith is following that move as they round the far turn. Turris is still the leader heading for the quarter pole. Quaria Brava still right there. Joyful Applause is wide off the turn. Fastest Flight set to strike in behind. They're off the turn and it's Turris in front still there heading for the 8th pole. Joyful Applause trying to get by. Fastest Flight was shut off in between. Dives to the rail for the final furlong. But it's still Turris in front. Joyful Applause. Fastest Flight finishing fast up the rail. These 3 down to the wire. And Fastest Flight comes up the rail to win. Running down, Joyful Applause, Turris and Fuente Ovahuna.
Fast as Flight up the fence for the win under Adam Beschizza, trained by Brian Lynch. 2nd win of her career.
Had a very difficult trip, too. Got bounced around. Got to save ground then. And Adam Beschizza was looking to come out and split horses, and the space he vacated was opened up when the horse on the lead under Tyler Gaffleone, Torres, drifted out. So he had to kind of steady and alter course back there. Fastest Flight was very good. Nice call by our own Paul LaDuca, and might have been a blessing, though, that she lost a little position because the pace was much sharper than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, out of the gate, there's the 2, and you see that poor beginning. Despite that, able to overcome it and win it 4-1.
Yeah, and listen, to give Adam Beschizza some credit here, he did get to kind of save ground and wait in there. Turning for home, I was watching him, just stay on the fence, you're going to get through. When he came out, he had to kind of get steadied and then go back to where he began. Key to riding turf racing, Craig, is being patient because the spots come. You just got to be patient. But fastest flight, great job by Brian Lynch. Congratulations to Susan and Jim Hill. Adam Beschizza gets it through, gets it done coming through on the rail.
Third choice on the board here at 4-1. Fastest flight in a rare turf race. Good to see it back at Churchill. And a horse who really seemed to be coming to hand. Came off the bench. It was a lengthy layoff, about 6 months off. Came back sprinting, stretched out. And now third off the layoff despite not breaking well. Nice job by Adam Beschizza not to panic and realize, yeah, look, with this break, as you say all the time, I got to deal with the hand dealt. I got to save ground.
Yeah, I mean, you go in with a certain plan. A lot of times that plan goes out the window as soon as the doors open, and you've got to be able to adjust. And like you said, not panic. Okay, this is where I'm at. This is my situation now. It's not where I wanted to be, but this is how I have to approach it now and ride it with confidence and be cool, calm, collected, and he got it done.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Hate that.
And when the gates open, that was a punch to the face for fastest flight, but able to overcome it. Again, at 4-1, 2-10, 5-9 prices from this when we come back in the finale, by the way. Very good maiden race that we'll talk about when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back with you on our Thursday afternoon edition here of America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 9 on the lawn at Churchill Downs. Fastest flight does not break well out of the gate. Overcomes it with a win for trainer Brian Lynch with Adam Beschizza.
Yeah, and you know one thing you noticed, Greg? You didn't see that same kind of kickback, that peel. You were seeing clods fly earlier this spring before they suspended turf racing. So it looks like they got the desired effect by getting that turf to knit more over the summer.
Brian Lynch, he's got Bold Looker in the nightcap to come as well, an intriguing maiden race. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, with winning trainer Brian Lynch, who had fastest flight. I'm sure there was a kind of bit of anxiety out of the gate. No, Brian?
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen her a little bit closer, and she got shuffled back going into that first term. I had her beat 3 times, but she really showed up today and ran game through the rail. Adam gave her, a very strong finish.
Was the plan actually to go to the front, and then after the break, Adam just sort of went to plan B?
Yeah, I'd say he'd have to go the audible because we definitely thought we'd be a lot closer than we were. but it was nice to see that her be able to have that versatility.
Yeah, and she's the kind of horse that she looks like she'll run all day. You think she'll be able to go a little bit farther too as well, Brian?
I hope so. I mean, we've always been looking for a bit of a breakthrough race with her after she broke a maiden, but I think we've seen something today we can really work on.
That sounds good. Okay, let's get to a couple things. Is Frank Lyons your friend, or are you Frank Lyons' friend?
I don't know how to answer that, Paul.
Okay, let's
We've been running dogs for a lot of years.
I've been running dogs for a lot of years. We know that Brian and Frank are great friends. Give us your thoughts on the Classic. The whole world thinks that Flightline can be beat. It's why they run the race. What's your thoughts about this horse?
I think Life is Good is going to make him work for it, but in the end, I think Flightline's the horse to beat. I mean, he's just been so impressive, and just his action. And look, we hope we're all looking for a great horse like this, but I really reckon Life is Good will make him work for it.
You think it would be a good jolt for horse racing to have Flightline win by many?
Yeah, I think it'll be a great injection for the game. I mean, we're all looking for the next superstar, and he looks like he's the making of it.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to Brian Lynch, who wins the first race back on the turf here at Churchill Downs.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, how about that? Always good to see Brian Lynch win. Such a great guy, great personality, good for the game. And, again, we're going to see him with a horse in the nightcap coming up.
Yeah, I mean, he was an assistant to Bobby Frankel. He's been around the game his whole life, and he's a fun guy to talk horses with. And, you know, it's funny. He said, I had her beat 3 times. I did, too, the trip she was getting. But he brought up something about Adam Beschizza, how strong he finished on her. And that's one of his gifts as a rider. He is as strong a finisher as you'll see out there.
We're going to head to Horseshoe Indy. We have the 7th race coming up next. This is a maiden race, 6-furlong sprint. And a look here at big long shot Golden Rain. Even money on Natural Harbor. Our buddy Tom Amos, with a second-time starter, showed speed, surprise, surprise, in the debut, and only missed by a half length.
Yeah, ran very well on debut. Son of Munning showed good speed. Speed's always a good thing to have, particularly with young horses. Thinks he could have his hands full with the outside run of the 7 Distorted Pro, who ran at Churchill Downs for a maiden 75 tag, and I thought ran very gamely to be third. You know, had to take some kickback, had to come wide. With the outside draw and a race under his belt, even though he's moving back to maiden allowance company, his maiden allowance at Horseshoe Indy as opposed to at Churchill Downs.
Got Distorted Pro, though, the 7, not far behind. A horse who figure-wise ran pretty similar. You can earn a $15 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Churchill and Charlestown. You'll get that $15 bonus whether you win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. Go to NairaBets.com, opt in, and get that bonus in your account. So even money. Tom Amos, second-time starter. Brad Cox, second-time starter on the outside. Distorted Pro, and you're getting almost double the price.
Yeah, I like Distorted Pro in here. The outside draw kind of won me over.
Looks like it's between those two. Rivoli taking a little bit of money. Steve Asmussen, runner by the 2-year-old Champ Classic Empire, was second in his second start, and he's got an extra race under his belt. This will be start number 3 for him. Looks like those 3. The 6 Vader, first time on dirt after a couple of turf sprints. Jimmy McNerney, the call. Race 7, Horseshoe Indy.
Pro. Minnesotan into line. They're at the post. They are racing. Distorted Pro stumbled at the gate but recovered okay. There goes Natural Harbor flashing speed, and it's Natural Harbor's made the point, shows the way. Up to the outside, Distorted Pro in chase mode from second. On heels, Bolshe on debut. To the inside, just had to check and check back into third. Then 2 lengths for the back. Rivoli is next, right in front of stablemate Vader. Still 6 or 7, maybe an 8 back to Golden Rain, who's way out at the back of the pack. 3.5 furlongs to go. The quarter was 22 and 2. Natural Harbor has company from Distorted Pro to the outside. Bolshe is a 4, still 4 back to Rivoli, who's under a heavy drive. Vader to the outside of that one, still 6 or 7 back to Golden Rain. 1 quarter to go. And up to the outside, Distorted Pro trying to put away a pesky Natural Harbor as they arrive to the top of the home stretch. Distorted Pro to the outside, Natural Harbor to the inside. These two continue to lock horns with a furlong to go. Natural Harbor is game to the inside. Distorted Pro is trying to press on past. These two come together with a 16th to go. Natural Harbor fighting down towards the inside. Distorted Pro digging down down deep to the outside. These two noses up and down, and a Distorted Pro, I believe, got the better of the Bobs over Natural Harbor. Then it was a break of about 7 back to a 3-horse photo for the Shoto. 111.
Neck and neck the entire stretcher. Natural Harbor, Distorted Pro in the end. Brad Cox Colts. Distorted Pro, the 7 on the outside, just gets up for the win.
And these two colts put on quite a show, didn't they? They never more than a length apart at any point in the race. From the 3/8 pole, they were head and head. And they put a lot of separation back to the 3rd place finisher. And it was the 7 Distorted Pro who finally got a little bit the best of it over your favorite Natural Harbor, who was probably in a less comfortable position inside.
Yeah. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. aboard for Brad Cox. We're going to take a timeout. We got the nightcap ahead from Churchill Downs. Maiden race, I should say, 1-turn mile coming up. And the 8, Bill Mott's Mount Craig coming out of a big race.
Very powerful colt, very square and behind, carried a lot of muscle, a lot of strength. Obviously bred and raised the Windstar, which is a great sort of advertisement for them and the stallion that stands there.
Constitution himself has really good physiology. I mean, he was impressive on the track. He had the physiology himself to be successful, and it seems like he's putting that into his foals.
I actually loved him from, the first look I saw him. Big, strong horse, great strength about him, great mind, great athlete.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
If this place could talk, it would roar. Hearts pounding, hooves beating. Into the stretch they come. It would say, this is racing. Full fields and packed stands, and the best fans in the sport. This beating heart in the heart of horse country. Steady and strong beneath the roar. Listen closely, and you just might hear it. Ringing out, growing louder, reminding us why. For the love of the horse. For generations to come.
On June 6, 2019, a new chapter began at Alapa when Hillendale transferred its operations to the famed Kentucky Station and Thoroughbred Nursery in Paris, Kentucky, on a farm that traces its origins to 1827.
All the essential things have been done.
3 years later, owner John Sikora couldn't be more proud.
We're trying to be progressive, thoughtful, and respectful to what's already been here, the intent of the farm. Along with, trying to become efficient and modern.
The 1,400-acre Alapa is driven by its owner, John Sikora's passion to return the landmark farm to its original glory. The extensive restoration includes building a brand new breeding shed out of stone and concrete, matching the training barn that's been converted to be a stallion barn and now houses a roster of world-class stallions. Hillendale also built 8 new barns, plus adding landscaping and building tens of miles of fence, plus adding roads and utilities. Sikora appreciates the daily inspiration the farm gives him.
There's the ruins of an old dairy barn, which is it's like a beautiful relic. It's peaceful and quiet. There's waterfall ponds behind the house, behind the office. There's many unique, peaceful, great parts of the farm that create peace and a sense of understanding where you are and how unique the farm is.
He also enjoys visiting the stallion barn in the evening when it's quiet and peaceful.
The horses are looking outside their stall, looking outside the windows. There's like 4,600 windows in the stallion barn. You know, they can look outside and it's very, very, very natural, peaceful to them. And, you know, when I look at this barn too, I feel all the history and the great horses that were here. Great champions. We're all raised and broke and trained here.
Sakura is now focused on making new history at Alapa.
You know, when you think of all that living history, it makes you respectful of the barn and who's been housed there, and then also a responsibility of trying to keep that same standard and try to move it forward and be historic in what we do, so that when someone would look back 50 years from now, they have a feeling of obligation for them to do the same here.
Such a beautiful property. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we get set for this nightcap at Churchill coming up.
Incredibly beautiful, and that sense of history, just what an incredible balance that they've been able to strike there between the history of it and being an efficiently run thoroughbred farm. I got to get there. I got to see that place.
Here's our favorite. This is Mount Craig, start number 2. He's coming out of a debut race at Belmont earlier this summer for Bill Mott and Judd Mont. St. Tappet won that race. St. Tappet, of course, was talked about as maybe a next star for Todd Pletcher. He came back, won his next start, put him into a stakes race. After that, he got beat. But obviously, he's run some very big numbers. Also, the second place finisher, Golden Alchemist. Chad Brown came back and won out of that race as well. Mount Craig, there is a lot to like at start number 2. And the figure he ran, biggest of anybody in this race.
And certainly a pedigree that you would have to believe he's going to relish going further, getting the mile today.
Dam produced Brazilian Air, who's turf runner, 4-time winner on the grass. Bill Mott, he is, we were talking about it the other day in the program, one of these trainers who you talk about, could he have the big Breeders' Cup? Look at all his winners in the past. He has a loaded hand over the weekend ahead. Olympiad in the Classic at one time before the Whitney. I mean, that was the flop for him, but he came back and really got back on track with that big win in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, and he's a horse that likes to kind of stalk from the outside. He's going to get plenty of pace to look at. I think he's going to be chasing a pretty fast pace. So one time he chased Life is Good around there. He kind of had a hard time, but he's honest, he's consistent, he shows up. And Bill Mott's resume in the Breeders' Cup is obviously very strong.
And that race just doesn't seem representative of what he can do. I'm not even sure it was so much facing Life is Good as he just didn't show up that day.
Well, my take on it was that he was chasing a faster pace than maybe he was even more comfortable. Saratoga was a demanding, tiring kind of track. 46 and change on that track on 2 turns was very fast. And I just think he got out of his comfort zone a little bit.
Meanwhile, Mott with Warlike Goddess as well. They wanted more ground for her. So as a result, they're taking on the boys in the turf.
Yeah, instead of going the mile and 3/16, which the filly and mare turf is this year because the configuration of Keeneland, they opted to go further to the 1.5 miles. She was very impressive in the Turf Classic. Got a beautiful trip under Jose Lascano, just sat in the clear. She was unlucky to lose the Flower Bowl. She wants every bit of the 1.5 miles, 5 for 5 going the 1.5 miles. And a year where it feels like the Euros that are coming aren't maybe as good as years past. There's a lot to like about Warlike Goddess.
Broom for Aidan O'Brien almost won this race last year. Missed by a half length to Yabir. Not coming in maybe. Well, look, he got drilled in the Arc de Triomphe before that race last year. You can never count Aidan O'Brien out.
No, of course not. I mean, they're just too good at knowing the horses that'll excel here in American-style racing. Broom already has experience. Shipped over for the Sword Dancer this year. Was beaten 1.5 lengths to Gufo. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, there's really this year compared to other years, I feel like the Euros just aren't quite as strong as they've been in the past.
Yeah, there's some stars that come over here in years past. Traditionally in the turf, it doesn't seem like there's that big-time star power, but still it looks like they have the ammunition to win it, but just not like as well stacked in years past. This 12 horse here, this is a first-time starter for Brad Cox. Dam produced Midnight Bourbon, and Gervin, the Haskell winner, who actually won his debut, by the way, at 6 furlongs.
See, we're doing the same kind of work. I see that. I like that. Yeah, no, listen, she's a producer. What really struck me, too, beside this horse's pedigree, look at the work tab. Going back to August 12th, this horse has worked basically every 7 days since the middle of August.
taking zero attention on the board.
Good connections, tremendous pedigree, strong work tab, outside draw going a mile.
Here's Victory March for Brett Calhoun.
Has run well. First start, needed it, kind of got on the beam. Next 2 starts were good, ran good sprinting last time at Churchill.
Yeah, Dan produced My Majestic Rose, grade 2 winner at a mile and a 16th. Reserve Currency at 9-1.
Yeah, it just feels like this one's going to have to continue to improve. Did improve from first start to second start. That was a year apart.
Todd Pletcher, second-time starter, adds blinkers here, electromagnetic.
Blinkers, get a more aggressive rider, and Luis Saez. Expect this horse to be a little bit more involved.
Britannico Colt. Town Branch, big price.
Yeah, first start for Chris Hartman, horse that showed big speed last time.
Midnight Raid. I thought this 6 was interesting, 23-1 as not one but 2 numbers that put this horse right in the mix.
Yeah, this horse's run races certainly that would make this horse a contender, a big price.
Can't be doing that. It's a first-time starter at 43-1.
Yeah, first-time starter that is just not taking any money. Mare produced a stakes winner in Princess Warrior, half to Princess Warrior.
The horse to beat coming out of that St. Tappet maiden race at Belmont earlier this year. Here is Mount Craig.
It came out of a loaded race, stretches out with a pedigree that says should appreciate it.
Brian Lynch looking to take the late double. Bold Looker coming out of a 1.25 mile race.
Yeah, turning back in distance, adds blinkers. See what we get here. Ran some good races in Saratoga.
Maasai Warrior Jimmy Graham, horse who was just claimed off of Brad Cox.
Yeah, and just tough to improve off a guy like Brad Cox. Has to go back in that maiden allowance company.
York Tavern, run happy 3-year-old for Cherie DeVoe.
Ran well last time, should get a good trip under Ricardo Santana.
And the pedigree we talked about with his son of Curlin, the Dan-produced Midnight Bourbon. Haskell winner Gervin, 12-1 was 5-1 morning line.
Yeah, and again, this horse has not missed a beat since the middle of August. A comprehensive, stiff work tab for this horse with a pedigree to back it up.
This barn usually is not an overlay like this, especially one with this kind of pedigree. 2 minutes to post coming up. The favorite, Mount Craig. Maybe it's just because there's so much attention on this horse. Obviously, St. Tappet, it's a very productive race he is coming out of when he was 3rd to St. Tappet in his debut.
Yeah, and he rallied from off the pace. He took kick back. You see he had to come out into the stretch there, leaned into that horse a little bit to try to make sure he secured some running room. And, you know, showed a lot. I really think that this race was fast. It was a good race. And he showed determination. You know, he got edged for second, but he was the one fighting down on the inside there, and he just lost a head bob for second.
Yeah, I mean, he's ding-donging back and forth. So this is start number 2, the stretch out to a mile. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, obviously a productive race, and St. Tappet came here to try to run in that mile and 3/16 race, and it was probably just a little bit too much to do, but I thought came back and ran a courageous 3rd in his next start. So comes out of a good race, and when you look at Mount Craig, son of Arrogate, man, he is all legs, tall and lanky. I'm actually surprised that he ran well first time out, because he looks like he wants to go about 1.5 miles. Just a big old leggy son of Arrogate. And we've seen, now that the late great Arrogate passed away, it's really a shame, because we've really seen some of his horses starting to really take off. And this looks like a horse that is just going to appreciate the 1 turn. I wish this was 2 turns, because I think the 8 would be a mortal lock, to be honest with you. Just by the sheer size. And like you said, this horse ran a monster number, but you really don't ever want to live on 1 number of horses. So let's look at some other horses in here. The 1 in here has got some good numbers, back-to-back 7s. Has had trouble at the gate, so I really don't love the draw. The 11 York Tavern, when you look at the 11, he was behind Higginson, Call Me Fast. That race fell apart, where Higginson was on the outside. Call Me Fast has come back to win. But Higginson came from way off the pace in the middle of the racetrack. That was the one day where speed was not good. So I go back to the 2 horse in here, and that's Reserve Currency. Off that long layoff, was actually showing the speed in that race. And at 10-1 with Chad Brown and Tyler Gaffleone, horse I think now doesn't really need to go that fast, gets a race under his belt now, gets 2 races in a row. You're getting a really good price. And the other price horse I thought was the 5. First time in the Chris Hartman barn, another horse that could be loose on the lead. And sometimes Chris Hartman's horses don't stop. But the more I keep looking at the 8, I get 9-5 and you're trying to get out. gosh darn it, was he a good-looking son of Arrogate. They're going to have to run to beat this one.
Mount Craig, so start number 2, stretch out from 6.5 furlongs to a mile for this Juddmonte runner that, and we talked about some of these horses who are overlays. I guess it's just because there's so much love for Mount Craig.
Yeah, listen, Mount Craig has the benefit of a race. He's got the pedigree to stretch out, strong connections. Juddmonte, Bill Mott comes out of a very productive race. I thought the 12 was interesting. Maybe the money not showing is indicative of the horse just hasn't been flashy in the morning. But you can guarantee one thing. This is a healthy horse because he's had no interruptions in his training whatsoever, and I think that's extremely important.
So these are prices from Horseshoe Indy, being told we had a double DQ. It was 7-6-3-2 initially. 2 was placed 4th, and the 3 was placed last.
So it had to be out of the gate. When we saw that little bit of a jam up, the 1 horse kind of had to stumble and check. It must have been that the 3 horse broke in severely. We didn't get the benefit of seeing it.
So Distorted Pro, though, victory stands there for Brad Cox. He has this intriguing first-timer here. And this nightcap, price come down a little bit, but still almost double the morning line on Claw Cab, the 12. All the attention on the 8, Mount Craig. Excited to see what he can do here in the second start.
Well, he ran well first time in a good field. If he takes a step forward, he's going to be very tough. I'm really excited and interested, I should say, not excited, interested to see the 12 with that work tab and that pedigree.
Tough task. Mile, first time out, far outside post. But he does get that long run of the first turn. And we'll see, a lot of times it's just an education in the debut.
Getting a good rhythm. Yeah, he's got a long run down the backstretch.
Travis Stone, finale on this Thursday card from Churchill, 1-turn mile. It's Mount Craig, the 8, the 8-5 favorite.
Town Branch is very fractious in there. Waiting for Cow Cobb. Goes in the gate. And they're off. Reserve Currency breaks alertly, so too Victory March. But here comes Town Branch. Town Branch quickly up on through to grab the lead as they race up the chute. Electromagnetic comes on to grab second. York Tavern for that outside post is racing up to be with the early leaders as well. So they race up the chute and they cross over, and it's Town Branch showing the way. Victory March comes off the rail to track the pace from second. Electromagnetic comes away in third, 3 lengths back to York Tavern, who's hustled along while fourth. Reserve Currency pushed down inside fifth. Cow Cabin 6th. Midnight Ray down inside 7th. Must Side Warrior in between horses racing in 8th. Bold Lookers back in 9th. Mount Craig is 10th. Can't be doing that. Is the trailer. The opening quarter in a sharp 22-4, the half in a swift 45-4. Far turned run, Town Branch the leader, pressed along by Victory March. These two round the turn together. They're 3 lengths ahead of Midnight Raid, who makes steady progress up into third. Reserve Currency under a ride while 4th. Electromagnetic is wide while 5th. And then it's Must Side Warrior in behind horses 6 as they come off the turn into the stretch, and Midnight Raid has snuck through down inside to the front. And a rail skimming rally in a 2-length lead with 1 furlong to go. Victory March fights on from second. Reserve Currency is third. Must Side Warrior coming through down toward the rail. Final 16th. It's Midnight Raid in front. Reserve Currency up into second. 19-1. Rail skimming, Midnight Raid the winner. Reserve Currency was second, Must Side Warrior was third, Cow Cab was 4th, and Victory March was 5th.
Midnight Raid 19-1. Brian Hernandez Jr. sticking to the fence. Poor break that cost the favorite right when the gates open. We'll get back to Mount Craig in a minute.
Yeah, this horse got a rail skimming ride. I didn't know if the rail was where you wanted to be. Well, Brian Hernandez showed me this is a ground-saving trip that got it done. Nice run from Reserve Currency. The Todd Pletcher trainee, son of Protonico, got up for third with Luis Saez, and Crawcap's another one, maybe follow back a little bit. Finished with some interest when he finally got out of the kickback, the dirt. Mount Craig, though, cost any chance after a bumbling beginning.
Yeah, it was over a step or two out of the gate for Mount Craig. Keep your eyes on post 8 and the 9-5 favorite. We'll get to it in a second here. But, you know, Midnight Raid, I talked about it earlier. This horse had not one, but 2 races really that put him right in the mix with anybody, including the favorite in this race. Maybe a mile and a quarter last time out, just too far for him.
Yeah, the turnback certainly looked like the key. Keep your eye on the 8 horse here. Pink cap, white face. And he just kind of bumbles the break. He steps in onto heels. He had a steady, saw him throw his head a bit. And now he's last. He just lost any sort of position, any chance leaving the gate. And now he's got to deal with all that kickback. And I don't know how much run he showed after that, but you got to give him an excuse for how bad he started.
No question. So live to fight another day. Mount Craig, unfortunate beginning, leads to a 19-1 upset. Norm Cassie, Brian Hernandez Jr., small batch thoroughbreds, and a maiden breaker start number 7. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk 3-year-olds in the Classic. Travers winner, Epicenter, the brilliant Taba, Pennsylvania Derby winner, and of course the Derby upsetter, Rich Strike. What are their chances against Flightline? We'll have a preview next.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Back on America's Day at the races, nightcap in the books at Churchill Downs. And it goes to Midnight Raid, 19-1 to close things out on this Thursday card.
Out of a Breeders' Cup Classic winning rider in Brian Hernandez, Fort Larned.
Yeah.
Got that done for Ian Wilkes. And the thing about Brian, he likes to save ground. He's position conscious. He's a good finisher. And he had clean run up the rail and just drew away here. I think there's some other horses in here to keep an eye on. Some trips, some horses that could improve with the run under their belt.
Definitely call a cab next time out. Firster, who winds up 4th in here with that pedigree for Brad Cox. Those blue and white silks, Shadwell outside. one to keep your eye on.
Yeah, he finished with some interest. You saw how much kickback he took. He got a good education. But Midnight Raid, a horse that you fancied a bit at $40.78 over reserve currency, who did, I think, improve in his third start like he did from his first to second start. Now had some continuity, was able to run back without that layoff.
$21,000 50-cent pick 5. Not an easy one to have today. Well done to those handicappers that put it together. We went to break talking about the 3-year-olds in the Classic. Look, everybody has a daunting task going into the Classic this year with the likes of Flightline in there. 3-year-olds, though, what can we expect? We'll start with the Travers winner, Epicenter, who all year long, it was amazing, as good and as consistent he'd been. He had not won a Grade 1. Well, we put that to rest with the Travers.
I think he was just a bit unlucky through the Triple Crown Series, the Kentucky Derby. He worked out a good trip, but he had to move a little bit into the heart of a fast pace, considering that it was the Derby in a big field, and then the Preakness lost a little position early, put it all together in Saratoga, the Jim Dandy, and then his tour de force here in the Travers, getting his highest buyer figure, getting his Grade 1. And he's got the right kind of style for a horse in this race, because there is a lot of speed signed on. Now, he also stayed up in Saratoga for about another month, training up there.
What do you make of the 2 months off?
I think it was by design. I think.
Well, sure it was, but
from a fitness standpoint, I have no worries that he'll be prepared and fit. He already has that foundation from all that racing earlier in the year, the rigors of the Triple Crown. And then Steve's not a trainer that trains horses fast, right? He put back-to-back 5-furlong minute drills, and then the customary easy maintenance move in 50.
And, we talked about this before because we've had a lot of time to talk about Epicenter. He obviously was the leader of the division, I thought, for a long, long time, but never figure-wise really moved forward until that Travers. Interesting, too, that it came at 1.25 miles, and he finally took that big leap forward. Taba, he might wind up being the best 3-year-old of this class eventually. So much was asked of him so early in his career. Had to go to the Derby just off start number 3, and showed he has started to catch up with everybody else now and is putting it all together in this Pennsylvania Derby win.
This horse was less than 6-1 in the Kentucky Derby in the third start of his life. Going there with no seasoning, obviously a great deal of ability. Then, okay, we regroup. Comes back with a nice run in the Haskell. Gets beat by a razor-sharp, no pun intended, cyber knife. But a horse that is Hickory, a horse that has shown that he belongs in the upper echelon. And then he really put it all together with his sixth start in the Pennsylvania Derby. He gets the rail draw, he has tactical speed, and he could have another big forward move in him.
The question is, how big of a forward move is that going to have to be to deal with the likes of a Flightline? But yeah, he's really interesting, working well reportedly also. And then the Derby winner, Rich Strike, he's ran the biggest figure of his career in this narrow defeat to Hot Rod Charlie in the Lucas Classic.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, what he did in the Derby from post 20 and was a broken field runner and received an absolutely incredible, stupendously incredible ride from Sonny Leone to negotiate all that traffic, save ground, cut all the right corners at the right times and got it done. And he's shown since that that wasn't a fluke. It wasn't just a one-hit wonder. He's come back and run some big races. You know, I think his Travers was good, no match for Epicenter. His Lucas Classic was good. I thought it was an ill-conceived idea by Sonny Leone to go down and challenge Hot Rod Charlie to a barroom brawl. There's certain guys you want to walk around, you don't want to walk into. Don't give him the shoulder. And he kind of gave him the shoulder.
If enough horses to battle and take shots at Flightline, he's going to be maybe one of those last horses coming. Is there that scenario where, I mean, in a year, the second biggest upsetter in the history of the Derby, couldn't possibly win the Classic too, could he?
I mean, I don't see it, but I didn't see it coming in the Derby either. But there's real pace signed on here. I mean, Life is Good is speed. Taba's not slow. Flightline is fast. He's going to be right on top. But Hot Rod Charlie shows speed. I mean, there should be a legitimately fast pace in this Classic, and that could set up for a horse that's coming late, like it happened in the Derby for Rich Strike. Epicenter could be the beneficiary of a terrific trip here too.
A lot would have to go right for him. He is coming off the biggest figure he has ever run in his career, so getting maybe good at the right time, or is he coming off too big an effort? Is he going to regress? It's going to be a fascinating classic with these. These are three very good 3-year-olds. Tough year, though, to tackle older horses. We're going to take a timeout. We got some returning winners. Golden Pal looking for a 3rd year where he takes a Breeders' Cup race for Wesley Ward. And Echo Zulu, 2-year-old champion filly, got back just in time to her winning ways in the filly and mare sprint, her next target.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKinsey. As Street Sense's best son, McKinsey is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to 1.1 miles. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKinsey is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable. So we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything. So we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runner's debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Kirakante's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Kirakante's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away, 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gunrunner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000. We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage on the eve of Breeders' Cup Friday. And we're going to see a couple of champions coming back. Echo Zulu off nearly 5 months, and Steve Asmussen able to get her back for the Dogwood. That was a special night. 5 gun runners winning stakes races that night, and obviously she was one of them. No favors done to where she is drawn. She's all the way on the outside, post 13 in that filly mare sprint.
Yeah, I don't mind it as much for her going 7 furlongs at Keeneland. She's got plenty of run to the turn. She's naturally fast. You know, she's 6 for 7 lifetime. She was only beaten 3 lengths in the Kentucky Oaks, beaten about a length to Nest. Now, obviously, it's a different Nest now. But this is what she wants to do, I believe, is sprint. I mean, she's very good. I think you have to respect her. I think if you don't respect her, you could be looking at getting knocked out of your multi-races.
A lot of other speed in this race.
Yeah, but the outside also gives the opportunity to kind of get in the race the right way. Comes in off a very sharp work, 59-2, which you don't see a lot from Asmussen runners.
Now she's tackling some good, like you got slammed with speed. Edgeway's not slow, obviously. Hot Peppers, who's going to be probably no factor in the race, but she is exceptionally quick. And Lady Rocket, probably the speed of the speed in the race. You have last year's champ, though, CC, lining back up. CC, she got back in the winner's circle last time out, but figures-wise, it seems like she would need to do a lot better if she's going to win on Saturday.
Yeah, but doesn't she project to get a similar trip to last year, kind of stalking from right in behind that first group of horses? Mike McCarthy, a trainer that's good at kind of getting horses ready for the big day. They tried to stretch her out earlier in the year. The Apple Blossom realized, you know what? It's more of a sprinter. 7/8 is her distance. I mean, she's 4 for 8 at the distance. I think you got to respect her as well, and she's a Breeders' Cup champion as well. So, you know, she could trip out. I really think she could trip out.
Reigning champ, defending champ of the race, and she's 4-1 on the morning line in that race. Meanwhile, Golden Pal, Wesley Ward, has just raved about this horse. He said it's the best he's ever had, trying to win a Breeders' Cup race for a 3rd consecutive year.
One of the things that make him so good, besides his natural ability, his natural speed, is he usually explodes out of the starting gate. Now, that wasn't the case when he was basically, you know, unprepared for the start in the King's Stand. I didn't realize that they would scratch a horse and start the race, whether you're ready or not, be tied on. But normally he explodes out of there. He's 4 for 4 at Keeneland. Keeneland's a sand-based turf course. Some horses handle it better than others. Obviously, there's no question about how he handles it. Golden Pal's quick. They're going to have to catch him. I don't think it's a layup, though. I think there's some other, horses in here that could give him a tussle.
I'm with you, and I think his toughest competition this year is going to be his stablemates. The filly Campanelle, Frankie Dettori's going to be aboard. The long shot, Arrest Me Red, Johnny V's going to ride. Those two, I think, could potentially cause some problems in here. I do think at the end of the day, Wesley Ward wins this race.
He's holding a very strong hand in there, and he's got, 3 tremendous riders on his horse tonight. And how about Frankie Dettori announcing he's going to spend the winter at Santa Anita? He's going to ride in Southern California this winter. Kind of interesting, his relationship with John Gosden. I won't say went sour, but not quite as strong as it once was. Late in his career, trying something different. He had spent some time there as a younger rider when he was preparing to ride. He'll be a welcome addition out there. He'll add some color to it.
No question. He is such a colorful character. He's so good for the game. Breeders' Cup Mile, wide open race this year. And horse who last year, of course, won for Charlie Appleby in the sensational Breeders' Cup he had. He's got the race at Woodbine that was just out of this world. Sort of came back to earth a little bit last time out in a beat in a Group 1 in that Queen Elizabeth. It's going to take a ton of money in here. We know how dangerous Charlie Appleby has been at the Breeders' Cup. 6 for 12 lifetime mark in the grass.
I think the key is the weather report. If you get firm ground at Keeneland, I think you'll see the good Martin games. I think he performs on less than firm ground, but I think the race at Woodbine was, you could attribute how good it was to the firm ground he got, and he just bounced over the top of it.
This race, I think we could see something a little crazy potentially happening here. Regal Glory for Chad Brown. 6-year-old mare who can place herself in the race too. She's interesting. Thought Ivar for Palo Lobo interesting.
Yeah.
So excited.
Annapolis, 3-year-old.
Yeah, and there's not a ton of speed in that race. He's going to be forward. Hope you enjoy it. Of course, we are back tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. early start time on FS2. It was fastest flight, overcoming that poor break to get the win in a rare turf race. Back, good to see it at Churchill Downs. And how about the big price to end it? Midnight Raid, Norm Cassie, Brian Hernandez Jr. Again, we will see you tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. We begin on FS2.